I'm at a desk. This lighting is not very good. Let me try and fix this real quick. I look very bright. Let me see. I think that's better. Why does the quality look so bad? Oh, well. Okay. Michaela, hey. I didn't know if anyone was on here yet. So, where do I even see that? Why does this look different than last time? Oh, I'm in the browser. I'm not in the app. Oh, well, it's fine. Okay, so this live is going to be a continuation of the live event I did on New Year's Eve. If you missed that, that's on my Instagram. And I'll put my Instagram below, but it's just the same name as my YouTube name. It's Luna Del Bosque _healing. So I kind of talked about, collectively what everyone is going through astrologically this year. And now I'm going to go through. Why is this so loud? Freaking water bottle. Hang on. Now I'm going to go through for each sign. So keep in mind, it's going to be your sun sign and your rising sign. So your sun sign, and this time it's really with a focus on those two. Don't really worry about, if you feel like your moon sign, like if I read for what your moon sign is and that like resonates, of course, like take what resonates, but like really pay attention to your sun sign and your rising or your ascendant during this. So I wrote a lot. And because I'm on my computer, which is where I wrote it, I had to print it out. So I'm going to, and this is actually probably the most notes I've used in a live. First, I want to talk about Saturn's return, though. And here, give me 1 second. I need to message someone that I'm over here. One sec. Come on. Almost done. Okay. And then I'm going to turn my notifications off. Okay. Hello. Who all's in here? So you didn't miss anything if you just hopped on. I was just kind of going over what I'm going over. And if you missed it, again, please go check out my Instagram live that I did yesterday. So I'm going to start out, like we're going to go over each astrology sign. But first I want to talk about Saturn's return. So Saturn's return usually happens between the ages of like 27-ish to like 32. Although mine went until I was about 33. And I'm still like feeling the effects from my Saturn's return. So what is a Saturn's return? So since 2017, Saturn has been, which is the planet that's all about like maturing, responsibilities, and long-term lessons, has made its way through the signs of Capricorn and Aquarius. But on March 7th, Saturn is going to move into Pisces, a water sign with a very different nature, obviously, than those other placements. So what does this mean? Since Saturn is all about structure and Pisces is more related with one's creative side, imagination, and spirituality, this is going to provide a like catalyst and a big opportunity to get serious about your artistic and mystical practices. Saturn in Pisces means that a new group of folks will start their journey within Saturn's return. So if you were born between May 21st, 1993 and June 30th, 1993, or June 28th, 1994 to April 7th, 1996, Saturn in your natal chart is shifting into a profound momentum of growth, transformation, and maturity. It's a really intense experience, and it's super powerful for just all around. Like, I went through a major rebirth during my Saturn's return. So for me, that's actually how I got into all of this, into healing work, how I found natural medicine. The very start of my Saturn's return, when I was 27, I made the decision to leave my hometown. I was on a bunch of medication. This is something I'm going to be talking about more soon too. So you guys know why I got into natural medicine and why I'm so passionate about it. So by the time I was 25, that was like right around when I was no longer homeless anymore, after leaving that really awful domestic violence relationship. I was on 9 different medications. Some of them I was taking up to 10 times a day. And it was like tranquilizing type medications. Like they had me on benzodiazepines. They had me on Percocet, Ambien, Trazodone. And this was all for my PTSD, TMJ, as a result of my PTSD, depression, anxiety, all of that. Every time I went to the doctor, it was just, here's a new medication. And they didn't take away any of the medications. They were just adding more every time I went in. And it got to the point where I'd gained a bunch of weight. I was really depressed. Honestly, I was wanting to unalive myself regularly back then. And my ex-boyfriend, at the time he became my boyfriend, who lived in New Mexico, was like, you should not be on that many medications. Like, why are you taking so many medications? You're only 27 years old. And when I walked around, it was like an old lady with her bag of pills. And I was like, you're right. This is ridiculous. Like, no one's helping me. It's just like a Band-Aid on the issues. And all the blood is still pouring out. Like, I'm not getting the help that I need. So 27, which is usually around when your Saturn's return starts, at least your first one, I had thought he had offered for me to move to New Mexico. 2 weeks later, I did. I bought a ticket. I left. I sold all my belongings except 2 suitcases and a backpack full, and I left Washington State. Now, that brought me all the way to where I am now. I weaned off all my medication. If you're going to do this, please see a professional to do this. I found a holistic doctor who did acupuncture. She helped me a lot. And then I just researched the crap out of what natural medicine might help me. I also did a lot of therapy with mushrooms and LSD. And that catapulted me into my spiritual journey. And then a couple years after that was when I had the realization of what I wanted to do with my life, like what brought me joy. And that's this kind of work, like helping people in their healing journey, whether it's with my naturopathic medicine knowledge, the spiritual knowledge that I have, whatever it is, like that is what fills my cup. So your Saturn's return is it's a really profound moment of, like I said, growth, transformation, and maturity. And it's kind of intense. Some people might be like, oh God, I have already gone through enough right now. It's because it's through a few years. Yes, it's intense. But at the same time, it's not like you're going to get thrown all this stuff all at once. It's a gradual process. And as long as you don't resist it, because I believe there's another Saturn's return then around your 40s or something. And so, hey, how's it going, Carlos? So if you missed out on the maturity and the growth and all of that from your first Saturn's return, then by your second one, you'll have another opportunity. I mean, you can do this at any time, but astrologically, this aligns with rebirth, growth, development. Can you ask a question? Do you mean like for a reading? If you guys want a reading, I'm not doing those until the end of the live, but if it's just like a question, yeah, you can. I'm about to start reading for what I wrote down for every zodiac sign, what 2023 is probably going to look like for them. What's the question you had? I'll just wait a second. I'll let Carlos ask the question. And then I'll start reading what I wrote down for each zodiac sign. I'm going to give you a couple more seconds, Carlos, and then I'll start reading. Okay, if you want to do a reading, those are at the end of the live, okay? If you are wanting like to do because I have actually today I'm also going okay, I guess I'll start out with this too. And I wonder if I can pin something. I'm going to type something first. I'm offering pendulum. Let me move this closer. Oh no, I can't move that. I'm offering pendulum readings too. Those are for yes or no. And it's 2 questions for $5. Or yeah. And then my tarot readings are 22, 33, 44, 55, and 66. And these are for my live readings. Remember, I have private readings too, you guys. And then my oracle are $7, and Cash App sorry guys, one sec. I think he left anyway, but I should pin this so people know. Oh, come on. Let's see if I can even pin this. Okay. I can. Woohoo. Okay. Now I'm going to start for Aries. I don't know why this lighting is so bad. It's kind of annoying. Figure it out. I think it's this webcam, honestly. Okay, so Aries. The theme of this year for Aries is independence, success, individual progress, and relationships. So in 2023, Aries, it's time for you to be more mindful with your spending habits. A lot of you want to become or are entrepreneurs. This has the potential to be a very fruitful time and a bountiful year for you, as long as you don't get distracted. The distractions at the start of the year probably have a lot to do with family and relationships. There's going to be some very intense emotional obstacles or even possible traumatic events in regards to family and close relationships within the first couple months of this year. The first quarter of this year is going to bring a lot of surprises from loved ones, as some of them are going to voice their opinions and possibly even their criticism. Make sure not to let what other people say to you affect you in a way that it throws you off. Don't take anything personally, good or bad. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go live on Instagram real quick to let people know I'm on over here because I really did not advertise this at all today. I mean, I did, but not like I used to. Okay. I'm going to let people know I'm live over here. Just set this up. Oh, that's going to fall. Okay. Woo, I got 2 cameras up. Okay. So, Aries, where was I? So, remember, this is for your sun sign and rising. So, pay attention. If you resonate with your moon sign, that's fine too. Okay, so Aries, I'll start over. It's a time to be more mindful with your spending habits. A lot of you have wanted to become or are entrepreneurs, and this has the potential to be a really bountiful time for you. Just don't get distracted. The distractions at the start of the year probably have a lot to do with family and relationships. There's going to be intense emotional obstacles or even possible traumatic events in regards to your family and close relationships at the start of the year. The first quarter might bring this year might bring surprises from loved ones as they voice their opinions and possible criticisms. Ask deep questions and probe deeply into any and all family responsibilities. Some of you are going to make decisions on whether or not it's time to cut people out of your life. And I'm seeing this with a heavy influence from family members. Whether it is cutting out family members or influence from them to cut people out. And it could also have to do with like romantic partnerships and friendships. So it's time for you to decide if you want to continue on with these relationships or not. For some of you, these family members and friends will make the decision before you do, meaning cutting the friendship or family member out of your life. Like they might do it before you. So if you don't do it and you know that it's time, they might beat you to the punch, basically. Some of you will experience huge changes in your professional life, but be mindful of where you're exerting your energy. If you're being consumed by the relationships that we just discussed, you could miss some valuable opportunities. If you feel like this is the case, never fear, because what's meant for you will always find you. You might miss the opportunity or feel as if you've missed something recently, but it will make its way back to you if it's meant for you. What is meant for you will always find you. Sometimes we just need to take detours to learn lessons we're missing. If that's too loud, please let me know. Hang on a second. Okay, sorry about that. That was really loud. Sorry. Okay. So, Aries, my goodness, I keep getting. Okay, some of you will experience huge changes in your professional life, but be mindful of where you're exerting your energy. And if you're being consumed by relationships we just discussed, you might miss some valuable opportunities. And if you feel like this, remember what's meant for you will find its way back to you. Sometimes we need to take detours to learn the lessons we're missing. Okay. Taurus is next. So the theme for Taurus is resources, finances, and values. So in 2023, many of you will probably see a huge shift in your career and finances. This year is going to have a big focus on mindfulness and how you'll need to stay positive and be more vocal, working on your throat chakra and being honest with yourself and others. about what it is that you really want in relationships, friendships, romantic, and family members, and also about pretty much getting things off your chest. 2023 is a really good year for Tauruses in regards to promotions, starting your own businesses, and starting a new job. Remember, you need to invest in yourself to get momentum, especially as an entrepreneur or business owner. As things progress, romantically for Taurus folks, you will feel a lot happier and more confident than you have in a while. Passions and newfound inspiration can spark all kinds of romantic platonic friendships. Those of you who have been looking for their soul fam or your divine union, be ready because it's coming in this year. Things are changing, and those of you in your divine union already are going to become closer with your partners as you become more vulnerable with each other. You may get vocal about wants and expectations with your most significant relationships, which is going to electrify all of your relationships and uplift them and make the bonds even stronger. When it comes to your health in 2023, a lot of you have already started a healthier lifestyle or lifestyle changes. Those of you that haven't quite yet will be met with this soon. Some of you who are already on your healing journey are going to start adding other healthier routines that are going to make you feel like you're in your prime. Hey, you should go to my YouTube. It's in my bio. I got on here so people know. My YouTube is in my link in my bio. I'm live on Instagram as well. Yes, so health. When it comes to your health in 2023, Taurus, a lot of you have already started a healthier lifestyle. Those of you that haven't will be met with this soon. Some of you who are already in your healing journey are going to start adding other healthier routines that are going to make you feel like you are in your prime. Embrace change and make some changes. You know which changes those are. These changes are going to bring a lot more security and happiness overall. Opportunity to pursue an educational course or potentially taking some classes are going to be presented for a lot of you. It could also show up in a lot of your lives as studying abroad or something to do with an adventure in another country. Unexpected trips are also going to arise for a lot of Tauruses this year. If you've been thinking about travel, this is the year you're going to make more progress with those goals, whether it's solo travel, traveling more in general, or something around your home life and family members who are either in other countries or that you will travel with. So I'm going to finish saying on here. So this is all I'm going to say on this live. Go to my YouTube if you want to see the rest. I'm live right now. That is in my bio. Okay, I just shared that. So that is for Taurus. And freaking how spot on is that, Michaela, for yours? So at least just from what I know you've been up to. So Gemini, the main focus for Gemini this year, and then I'm going to do the card pulls at the end, you guys. So Gemini, career, professional development, and big changes in your health. Those are the themes for 2023 for Geminis. So Geminis are going to experience a lot of improvements in their lives at a very steady pace. Don't forget, it's not a race. I didn't mean to rhyme there, but I did. Flow with the changes in 2023. Many of you may continue to dwell on the past. Just focus on your well-being and your career. Those of you that are doing well professionally, this momentum will continue. Some of you might be switching careers entirely. Hey, how are you? I'm glad you made it on here. I am on Gemini right now. I already did. And you're a Gemini, aren't you? Or you're Aquarius. I already did Aries and Taurus. So I'm on Gemini right now. Okay, I'll start over with Gemini. So Gemini, career, personal development, and big changes in health are the theme for Gemini. And this, so remember, pay attention to both your sun sign and your rising sign. Geminis are going to experience a lot of improvements in their lives at a very steady pace. So it's going to be kind of slow. So remember, it is not a race. Flow with the changes of 2023. Many of you, if you are already in a job, a profession, you will continue to do well. A lot of you are in the middle of switching careers, or you will switch careers. And for many of you, you're going to really dive into your work. Depending on where you are health-wise, though, it could go one way or another. Some of you are going to be met with a lot of challenges due to unhealthy choices or habits. So shed your inhibitions and embrace the changes. If you're open to new opportunities, you will see financial gains soon. Just make sure you are more mindful and present in the moment and you're taking care of yourself. If you make some new friends in 2023, they could be very significant for you later, part of your soul family. If you have recently made new friends in the last of 2022, that's going to carry over. You're going to be more focused on healthier relationships overall, starting with the relationship with yourself. So that is a lot of the focus for Gemini, is really like building up yourself. A lot of you, I'm feeling too, like there's a lot of lost Geminis. Where was I? Oh, yes, relationship with yourself. But remember, things won't change unless you are open to change. So when things start falling, like you lose a job, you lose if you ask for a new life, remember that the universe is making what is meant to be in your life. You're going to be focused on healthier relationships overall. And because of that, this is going to benefit you pretty much in every way. And you're going to start asking yourself more and more, what role have I played in my suffering in the past? Because you're heard by a lot of the friends that you have. I'm on the way to that already. Oh, good. There will be a lot of international travel for some Geminis, similarly to Taurus. This could be about jobs or lifestyle changes, or really like, and also that could have a lot to do with like personal growth. For those of you that are old enough, or I think the age is like you can't be over 25 to go study abroad. For some of you, like I'm just going to give a recommendation because I am feeling a lot of Tauruses are lost. They have a lot of work for trade or even like school programs in other countries like Australia, Amsterdam. I feel like for Geminis, this could be a big turning point for a lot of people. You really need to focus on saying, why is this happening to me? Instead, shift the focus and say, what is this trying to teach me? If you're just like keep feeling like you're trying to fit a square peg into a circular hole, you need to ask yourself why. Why am I going upstream? What am I missing here? And then ask yourself, what can I do that would make myself happier? What is something I want to do that will fill my cup? Maintaining good health throughout the year might be a little difficult for a lot of Geminis, as a lot of you are in your head. Some of this is probably rolling over from the past year. But be mindful of who you spend your time with. Start to pay attention to how you really feel around others, and how you feel after you eat certain foods, do certain things, and really just start to take care of yourself more. So again, the main focus are career, personal development, and big changes. Next is Cancer. What's your rising sign? I forget. Audrey, I know you've told me, but I don't remember. So rising, or it's your sun and rising sign. Pay attention to those on this. So Cancer, the theme for Cancers is adventure, travel, And I'm smirking because I'm like, I don't really want to travel anymore. I do, but you guys know. Anyway, travel, adventure, philosophical expansion, growth, and career. I'm a Cancer. Are you ready, Cancers? Because our time is now. Many of us will see a steady rise in growth / evolution, business plans coming together, health, and overall, this is a really great year for Cancers. I see a lot of good fortune and just a better quality of life. If you have been or have started to put forth your best effort and have started to make an effort in your to succeed, this year is going to be a great one for you, Cancer. This year is favorable to advance in your career, and around like the third quarter of the year is when most of the progress is going to be seen. So if you're not seeing it right away, it's okay. Remember, it's coming. Try to have patience. Cancer is my sun sign, and Virgo is my rising. So I'm not even done with Cancer. There's a lot to this. So, yeah, it's all coming together. And I just heard opportunities, investors, if you are starting or already a business owner, maybe presented for Cancers, which will increase your abundance. Short-term endeavors and investments in ourselves towards the end of 2023 will be shown towards the end of 2023. And it's the results we've been waiting for and more. Just don't get distracted. Your loved ones will continue to be demanding of your time and energy. And this is where Cancers, we really got to focus, like, are we caring more about those around us than ourselves? Because that's where most Cancers get tripped up. I'm a little nomad, I know. Yeah, don't get distracted. Your loved ones will continue to be demanding of your time and energy. When and where do you need to set boundaries? I also see a lot of single Cancers finding your divine unions. For some of you, you will be met with potential karmic / trauma bonds, or you're already in them. That will test your self-love journey that many of you have been working on for a while. So just remember, stop putting others first and really be honest with yourself and others. If you've already been working on that, then just make sure to keep in mind all the progress you've made here. Cancers will do well in travel-related careers and enterprises by the end of 2023. If you are a student, you will do really well in school. Cancers, your overall mental and emotional well-being, I just see like being peak this year. Like I'm just hearing what we've always waited for. Health-wise, though, some of you Cancers have been putting your health routines and habits on the back burner when it comes to your physical health. And diet, if you don't change this, you'll be met with issues. So start implementing the healthier routines for your mental and physical well-being, Cancers. Don't let this drag you down. With all the hard work you've done, put yourself first. Which that applies to me. I was really unhealthy over the summer and underweight, and now I have just been eating and not working out. So I definitely resonate with a lot of that. So Leo. The theme for Leos this year is opportunities, exposure, reputation, and changes. Leos, the more you welcome change in the new year, the better momentum you will have this year. And remember, sun and rising. Oh, and you're a Leo rising. Yes. Okay. Many of you will be met with opportunities that will present themselves, but you have to stay balanced and be more mindful and have a sharper focus so that you don't miss these opportunities. Mindfulness will help you greatly. So that you don't miss out on these opportunities. The first 3 months of this year are a wonderful time to change the parts of your career and professional life that you have outgrown or that just no longer fit into your life. The second quarter of the year will present some delays, but remember to go with the flow. And remember that you're never actually stagnant. It's just sometimes things are slowed down. When things are slowed down, There is always a reason. For some of you, if business gains are postponed, just know that you'll always be okay. If you are an entrepreneur, that message is mostly for you. One area where you will shine in 2023 is your romantic life and partnerships, and within your family relationships, whether that's your like family you were raised with, or your soul family, like your close friends. By the end of the year, you will have a lot of chances to spark up and come clean about your feelings and make amends with some folks. Single folks might be confused by the different types of people that you're attracting. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself, how am I showing up in the world? And try to keep your promises and expectations of loved ones within your means, and only say yes to things that you want to do. Some of you may move or might have to make a difficult choice about your property this year, your home. Avoid acting hastily in this situation, but know that this will greatly benefit you as well. Spending may increase in 2023 for Leos, and some of this will have to do with necessary travel. Just, like if you're moving or for work. Negative thinking can be harmful to your health. So please be mindful of your thoughts so you can decipher what thoughts are yours and what has been projected onto you. And then this next part goes for that goes for everyone. I think this is really helpful to remember. You are not your thoughts. Okay? You are not your thoughts. We have thoughts, but we are not our thoughts. And so, especially for those of you who are, you have, what's it called? Intrusive thoughts. Sometimes we will think really weird things. It's usually if you're neurodivergent, and then you'll be like, oh my God, why did I think that? Or if you're like me and you have OCD and you obsess on a thought. So just be mindful of that. And if you do this, yes, I have OCD. If you do this, yeah, I actually want to do a video where I talk more about OCD and how that presents itself in my life. Because a lot of people think of OCD. I do little things around the house. Like I catch myself. I've stopped most of the little quirks I've done where I had to eat things in odd numbers. I had to do everything in odd numbers. The volume had to be at an odd number. And I still catch myself doing that. But OCD can manifest in your head too, where you have a thought on something and you just think about it. And then you feel like you have to tell someone something, and then you tell them and you're like, I knew that was so unnecessary to tell them. Why did I think about that for 4 months? And why did I tell them? It's just these intrusive thoughts, especially for people with OCD. It makes things a lot more complicated, and it's just not fun. I used to only be able to allow myself to eat the blue M&Ms. Yeah, it's little things like that. So she just said she used to only allow herself to eat the blue M&Ms. I used to only, if my mom, I did this as a kid, where if my mom handed me a bowl of carrots, if there was 10 or 8 in there, I either needed to add one or take one away, or I wouldn't eat it. That's one way OCD can manifest. Sometimes I used to check my door 3 times every night, even though I knew it was locked. But I felt like something terrible would happen if I didn't. But that's the kind of OCD most people are familiar with. A lot of people don't know, since I have been able to stop a lot of those physical ways that it manifests, it is internal now. Most of it is internal. And internally, I will just loop these thoughts that I know are just silly half the time. Okay, Virgo, and this is my rising sign. And remember, if you resonate with stuff with your moon or anything in your big 6, that doesn't mean don't take it. If it resonates, take it. Internal makes so much less sense in my experience. Yeah. It's really hard to explain the internal part of OCD too. Because I'll have a thought. I also am a hypochondriac. I've gotten better at that. But because of having like medical trauma and being a hypochondriac too, I used to obsess on like, do I have cancer? Do I have cancer? Oh my gosh, I must have cancer because I have a headache. And then I will not stop thinking about that for like, I'll go to the doctor and get blood tests after blood tests after blood tests, them telling me I'm fine. I eventually had a doctor once who was like, stop getting blood work. You're fine. But, you know, it can manifest in many different ways. And OCD, from the psychology classes I've taken, from my understanding, it is not something you are like born with. It's similar to like BPD and stuff, where it usually manifests from like childhood trauma. Now, is it more likely you could develop OCD like if your mom has it and you grew up around it? Yes. But it's also, you could also go the complete opposite way. Okay, Virgos, partnerships, alignment, collaboration, health, and business. These are your main focuses. Virgos, in 2023, you'll have a better year if you open yourself up to new experiences and perspectives surrounding your career and work. Don't accept mediocrity. Mediocrity. I pronounced that right. I don't know why that sounded weird when I said it out loud. It will pay off to take the initiative and look for new work, new ideas around your career, and many of you will be aligned with potential career partnerships. The new year is a great time to start organizing and decluttering your home and your place of work. You'll be heavily focused on having and maintaining or gaining stable, peaceful relationships in 2023. You'll also start adjusting your household duties or where you live and how you live in your home, and the results will be noticeable in all areas of your life very soon. Whether that's like purging a bunch of old items or just quite literally moving somewhere new and making it more of like a sanctuary, which is what I'm looking for, and I'll find it. When you make a purchase or sale, be really mindful. Is this in alignment with the life that I want? Like when it's a big purchase. The hospitality and family business sectors will pay off well this year. This is not the year to be negligent with your earnings, i.e., don't gamble, don't trust other people with your money or strangers, such as things like the stock market too and cryptocurrency. Many of you Virgos will be in or presented with a lot of fortune soon. Enough to encounter some exciting opportunities as well. And you will make a lot of money. Some of you might even make money this year by traveling, and some of you are already wanderers or travelers. Find the balance of that, though, and where your home base is. So travel will still serve those of you that already travel very well, but those of you who have, that have been already traveling, but it doesn't mean you can't find your home base / make a home base or your sanctuary still. Keeping up with a regular practice of meditation and physical activity will do wonders for Virgos' physical and mental health. I mean, of course, for everyone, but especially Virgos this year. Some of you may have noticed a decline in your health from 2022 to now 2023, and this is the year to turn that around. I definitely did for myself. Libras. And again, after all these, I'm going to pull cards for each sign. I just wanted to do the astrology part first. And then I'll also give people the opportunity for an oracle reading, pendulum, or tarot reading before I do the tarot cards for each sign. So Libra, growth, transformation, discovery. Those are the themes for Libra. Many of you Libras are going through major rebirths right now. And for many of you, and actually most of the zodiac signs, like most people are going through major rebirths right now. But this is for the new year. There's a heavier focus with Libras than any other sign that I looked at. So this is Libra's main focus. and it's very significant in Libras. A lot of you will be met with great news and good fortune in 2023. For many of you, changes in your professional life are likely to be very dramatic from the start of the year. Some of you are starting new business ventures. And some of you could have already started this in the last year or two. It may be this will be a great year for your bank account for most Libras. And any other monetary concerns you can kind of put to rest. For some, the start of the new year, maybe I wrote herald. I meant harder. Herald, harder in the beginning. No. Is this out of order? Hang on. Oh, God. Some of these are upside down. 1 second. Okay. For some, the start of the new year may have some hurdles in the beginning. But this will bring you to very fruitful and satisfying, potentially even romantic partnerships or business partnerships. For others of you, you will have a heavy focus on self-love. Hi, Martin. How are you? However, don't forget about balance, as maintaining a healthy work-home life balance calls for perseverance and adaptability when presented with challenges. You might have a lot less patience and a harder time staying calm during the second and third quarter of the year. So keep that in mind and focus on meditation, shadow work, and a healthier lifestyle to help combat this. Those who have dreamt of taking a meaningful vacation solo or with loved ones, you will bring these ideas to fruition this year. There are many promising opportunities for you Libras and your academic growth this year as well. And for some of you, a surprising inheritance or investor may pop up. So that's for Libra. Scorpio. And remember, sun and rising. So pay attention if this is your sun or your rising. If it's your moon and you resonate, take it. Okay. Scorpio, romance, recognition, creativity, honesty, home life, and health are your themes this year. Financial success is possible in the new year for you Scorpios, as long as there's authenticity in what you are doing and you didn't step on anyone in an attempt to boost your career. So ask yourself where you stand here karmically. If you have not stepped on anyone or cheated your way to where you are now, you'll be just fine. Many of you who are already well established in your career can expect promotions, but keep in mind what kind of sacrifices you might have to make if you take the promotion. Don't just jump at every opportunity without thinking it through. I know, Michaela, when I was going through this, I was like, I'm not going to talk about it with anyone else, though, but I'm glad you caught that, Michaela. Many of you who are already well established in your career can expect promotions. Keep in mind the sacrifices you'll need to make when taking the promotions. Don't just jump at every opportunity. Think things through. In the second quarter of the year, many of you can expect an advance in your profession as long as you're staying on track and you're not getting distracted. The key to progress is finding new ways to work together with others. So that's another thing. How well do you work with others? Your choices will affect your personal life too, due to changes at work. If you get married, you'll see your spouse in a new, more supportive light. If you're already in union, like already married or civil union, there may be some disruptions at home for many of you, which could result in divorce or ending of partnerships that you have been in for a long time. You and your loved ones may be showered with blessings and luck on the ladder. Especially if you are a single Scorpio and you have been working on yourself. You and your loved ones, yes, will be showered with luck and blessings. Some of the events taking place won't feel so lucky if you have been asking for a different life. But remember, out with the old, in with the new. Your investments will pay off handsomely this year if you're looking to buy or sell land. Taking a quick trip early in the year will do you a lot of good. Like other signs that would benefit from solo travel, this is very heavy with Scorpio, especially at the start of the year. For a lot of you, you need to do a lot of introspection, and solo trips are really good for this. Enjoy yourself, but watch out for going overboard and being too selfish. Work on balance of putting yourself first without stepping on others' toes in the process. Try to keep in mind that this is not the year for acting hastily. There's a good chance if you are a student or have thought of going back to school, you will acquire skills and knowledge that will be very beneficial to your future and will allow you to make a lot of progress by the end of the year and in your life as a whole. And remember, you are not always right. You don't need to do it on your own. And some of you need to humble yourself and say, hey, I need some help. So that is Scorpio. And remember, I'm going to do the card readings after. Sagittarius. Let me get a drink of this real quick. I know, Michaela, when I was writing that out, I was like, but I double checked everything to make sure I was not being biased. Okay, healing. Sagittarius, healing, breakthroughs, and recovery are your themes this year. Many of you ended the year of 2022 with major breakthroughs and self-discoveries. If you maintain an optimistic outlook, 2023 could be a year that is calm and pleasant at a pleasant, steady pace, which is kind of the opposite that most Sagittarius want to go. You guys kind of like to go, 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 go. But a lot of you have been working on that and been working on patience, and it will feel pleasant moving at a slower pace. Many of you have been working on patience in 2022. And those of you that have been will be pleasant. Those of you that have been will be very successful in accomplishing the goals that you've been putting the work in towards. Some of you will be presented with new goals. This year could be a great beginning to your career and provide you with many opportunities. Just make sure that this is what you really want to be doing, not just because you feel like you need to do it. Sagittarius, paying off old debts could also help you a lot karmically. Keep your finances more stable, be it quite literally like financial debts or otherwise. On the other hand, tension in relationships around you could magnify. This is to push you out of your comfort zone and to get you to walk into your dreams. You may have no trouble dealing with the pressures at home if you have been doing the work and if you have been overall feeling well balanced. Despite the challenges you've been facing at home, you'll be able to pull through and find happiness. And many of you will start new romantic relationships by the end of the year, middle to the end of the year. Weakness is another side effect of unhealthy eating. In the first few months of 2023, a lot of you will be feeling this. And many of you are looking to change your lifestyle. Don't be afraid or too stubborn to admit when you need help in this area and others. As the year progresses, so too will your network of friends and finding more of your soul fam. Some of you may need to revisit issues concerning inheritance of family property or some of your possessions just in general. Do I need this? What should I do with this? Hi, Averilia. I don't know. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Where was I? Oh yeah. The first 3 months of the year will be heavily focused for Sagittariuses on learning. Be mindful of a lack mindset or negative thought patterns, negative outlooks, and feelings of frustration, because this may result if you aren't being more mindful and if you aren't being careful of absorbing others' energy around you. Many of you have been working on childhood trauma healing and overall healing some deep wounds that have caused disruptions within your relationships. You're going to close a lot of chapters here, and also good job. Okay, Capricorn. And remember, I'm going to do some card pulls. Oh, God. Hang on. I just realized I need to get a moderator. I'm going to make you a moderator, Michaela. Ah! Remove. Sorry, this is weird. Hide user on this channel. Why can't I? Okay. That was weird. Is my pinned comment gone? Hang on. Oh. Pin. Okay. Sex robot in here. That was weird. All right. Capricorn. Structure, stability, groundedness, and surprises. Sex 69 for fun. That was weird. Okay, Capricorn. And remember, sun and rising, and also moon, possibly. So, but mostly sun and rising. Capricorn. Structure, stability, groundedness, and surprises. The year 2023 is likely to come with a lot of surprises for you, and it will be be it an unexpected pregnancy or just in general news that will change the trajectory of your life. Be prepared and get ready for some career changes. Now is the perfect time to advertise your skills or to invest in someone else's skills. Also, experience new business opportunities overall. Some of you are likely to get a promotion or a substantial raise. It's unlikely that you'll have any significant financial difficulties this year because of this, because of the investments you've put into yourself and possibly other investments you have made in others, or like crypto or something like that. Significant relationship challenges could emerge in the coming year with family members, romantic, or friendships. Who is it time to maybe say goodbye to, and who is causing disruptions for you and your loved ones? Some of you will find your divine union this year, and if you're already in it, you will grow substantially as a couple. Be more open with your partner and have more vulnerable conversations. Set a time aside each week to connect with your partner so you not only meet the needs of your loved ones, but they can meet your needs as well. Some of you may have to exert some extra effort in being vulnerable, which could be quite uncomfortable for you Capricorns, as many of you don't like being super open about your emotions. If you're not careful and you give in to excesses and addictions, it may cause a number of problems in your health and in your life overall. As mentioned, though, your investments in yourself and others will bring a lot of good fortune. There is no harm in seizing the moment if a chance to travel or make a business investment presents itself. This is very backed by the universe for you this year, Capricorns, and you can get the best help in the new year of 2023 by reaching out to your social circle and being more vulnerable with your loved ones and your partners. Oh, you're a Capricorn? Well, there you go. Do you know what your rising sign is, Martin? Because it's so that it's good to pay attention to that, and then also what your rising was. Okay, Aquarius. This year, the theme for Aquarius is revolution, autonomy, progress, and finances. The year 2023 will reward those of you who are diplomatic, cooperative, and considerate people. Remember that every challenge you face will make you more resilient and teach you valuable lessons. In 2023, the new year will bring financial shakes due to high stakes involved or around money traumas. You may have the chance to increase your wealth through the advantageous earning opportunities. Be on the lookout because the universe is trying to guide you to your fruitful wishes that you have been dreaming of, but it won't come without obstacles first. You may overreact to people's words and actions because you feel more sensitive overall this year, especially at the start of this year. And it's going to kind of be a little baseline throughout the year. This is just some like unborn. I'll have to look into that. I'll look into that in a second. Because you need, if you want to look it up, so anyone who wants to look up your sun, moon, and rising, you can go on Cafe Astrology and enter in you need your birthday, the time you were born, where you were born. Okay, so to finish off Aquarius, yes, you may have a chance to increase your wealth, blah, 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 life you've been dreaming of. It won't come without obstacles. You may overreact to people's words and actions because you feel a little more sensitive at the start of this year, and that's kind of the baseline throughout the year. Now, this is because there are some unhealed wounds coming up. They're asking for attention. Anytime we feel a really charged emotion, remember that is because there's some, or like we're triggered. That is something in the body being like, hey, bitch, I need attention. Can you, tend to this wound? The ups and downs of your personal life are going to give you a lot of frequent mood swings. You're going to be on quite the roller coaster ride this year, Aquarius. If you don't make some changes that you know you need to make for a better future for you. So what have you been avoiding and ignoring? Okay. I will do that. I'm almost done with this. And then is that for you want to do the pendulum? I'll do that. I'm almost done. And then I'll start doing the readings for other people. Was that for the pendulum or was it for something else? Can you guys see my pinned comment, by the way? Okay. Aquarius. You might also have a harder time than usual when it comes to meeting someone who's a good fit for you romantically, if you're single. Focus more on self-love. You can get physically sick from the mental hurdles that you're putting yourself through. Let out the negative feelings. You don't want them to sit inside you for too long. This can manifest as stomach issues, pain in the body, or worse. Let it out. Go to a therapist. Talk to a loved one. If you start to or continue on without taking constructive action or constructive actions, and if you start to or continue on with taking constructive actions, then everything will work out fine. Moving is a high possibility for a lot of you Aquariuses as well. Audrey, you can see what? Oh, good. Oh, my pinned comment. Okay. And thank you. How do I pronounce your name, by the way? Avarilia? I'm so sorry. I feel like I butchered that. Okay, finally, the last one here is Pisces. So discipline, maturity, and prosperity is the theme for Pisces this year. So get ready, Pisces, because a lot of you can look forward to a prosperous year because of a good start. The new year is likely to bring many advantages and adventurous possibilities for potential lucrative business transactions or business ventures. Career-wise, things will move quite slowly at first, But this is a great opportunity for introspection and strategic planning for the future based on how you envision your ideal life. Don't make hasty decisions or be too impatient, as this could veer you towards a path you don't really want to go down. The future of your romantic relationships appears to be cloudy. Really focus on self-love this year and don't settle. Let the fog settle first. I liked that. I thought that was a good little way that I put that. Anyway, I should upload this to my blog too. Okay. Disagreements within family may continue over petty and inconsistent reasoning. A year of good health is something to celebrate for some of you Pisces, as a lot of you are making more health conscious decisions this year. You may have disagreements with family members, and partnerships may end for a lot of you. Remember, this is to align you with your divine counterpart and your soul family. Those in relationships, things are going to stay how they are unless you make a decision. If you are happy, obviously, whatever decision you want to make, you need to make it soon. Things aren't going to change. If you're in a shitty relationship, it's not going to get better. If you're in a great relationship, good on you. Like, you're fine. Disregard all that. Not the whole message, but that part. The seeds of enlightenment that you are planting within yourself right now will bear the fruit this year, enriching your spiritual life. Really focus on your spiritual life this year, and everything else is going to benefit, basically. Whenever you can, try to not hermit too much, because I know you Pisces like to do that, and spend more time with trusted friends and loved ones. Alexandria. Okay. Did I pronounce it right, though? I'm curious how I pronounce it. I'm going to turn my notifications on now so I can see the Cash App and Venmo when it comes through. Okay. So after I do readings for people who want them, so right now I'm going to offer readings for people either pendulum or oracle or tarot. And I pinned how to get them and how much they cost. So first I'm going to show you with my pendulum. The quality of this camera is not great. Okay, I figured I pronounced it wrong. So show me yes. So yes is like towards you and towards me. It's like this way. Show me no. So no is like a circle. Okay. So that's yes and no. And then show me maybe. Maybe it just kind of stands there. Okay. So that's how pendulum ones work. Pendulum readings. They are yes or no. I don't do yes or no with my tarot. This is the only thing that I will do yes or no questions with. Tarot, if you're getting a reading from me, you're getting a flippin' reading. And everyone who's gotten one from me knows what that means. My readings are not short. There's a lot of information that I give and resources. So what are the questions? What's the first question that you want to ask? Bindi is so cute right now. I would move my laptop to show you guys, but I have it like kind of balanced on these boxes and I don't. I'm going to take a picture. It's really cute. I need to get a better webcam too. I'm using the one on my computer and I didn't realize how bad it was today until I had lighting. Remember, yes. Hang on. Show me yes. And then show me no. So yeah, yes is towards you. No is a circle. Just want to make sure we remember that. So will Alexandra have children? Yes. Do you see that going towards you? You will have children in your life at some point. And then what is the second question? That was a very strong yes. That was going straight at you. I'll even do it from the side if you want. Will Alexandra have children? I'll ask it again, in case anyone's doubting. Will Alexandra have children? So yeah, yes is that way. And that's what I was doing. No would have been like this. I mean, it's usually not that aggressive. So yes, you will at some point in your life. If you're shocked, I'm going to take that as you were told that you might not. I was told that I might not either. And then I went and I got a second opinion 10 years later. And they said that everything in my organs was perfect. And they were like, your doctor that told you that misdiagnosed you. So for a long time, I didn't think I could have kids. And then I actually had, I had gotten pregnant, had an early miscarriage. It was with an ex that I definitely see why it happened now, but it also showed me that I could get pregnant. Something that I did not think was true. And that's why I went and got my second opinion from the OBGYN, because I was like, what the fuck? What happened? How did this happen? Okay, what's the second? Did you have a second question you wanted to ask? Also, I love this pendulum. It is a real moonstone like opal. And I got it from my friend. It was her mom's who passed away. Yeah, I know a lot of people who were told they couldn't have kids and then they adopted like 3 kids and then they ended up having a baby. So, you never know. You never know. Plus, there's so much stuff that has changed in the medical field too for people to have kids now. Okay. So do you have like an evil eye on you? I'll start out with, because so curses are pretty intense. I'll start out with a curse. I personally am not feeling like you have a curse on you, but I already, just from feeling your energy, feel like maybe an evil eye. So is Alexandra being cursed or hexed by someone? So it is in a circle. That is a no. Does Alexandra have evil eye on her? That is a yes. So the difference between evil eye and a curse or a hex is there's someone who is, and I already picked up on that before even doing that. There's someone who is projecting negativity at you, like they're watching you on social media or they see you at work or in person somewhere and they just like do not wish you well. A lot of times it's not even like they're not like giving you an evil eye because they're trying to hex you or curse you. So to help protect you from like evil eye, obsidian, if you are into crystals at all, obsidian is really good for that. Also, you could do an egg cleanse. A lot of people do return to sender. I don't really agree with that personally, because to me, I'm like, why would we want to perpetuate the cycle of negativity? So if someone's throwing shade at you, what I usually do, if I feel like I need to do an egg cleanse because it's so strong that it's like fucking with my flow, I'll do an egg cleanse. I don't return to sender. What I do is I pour Himalayan salt in the egg after I'm done, the egg water, and I pour it outside. That's how you cleanse, is with the egg itself. And you will see confirmation in the cup with, if you see long strings with little bubbles on top, that's usually like an evil eye on you, people watching you. One time I actually had a blood spot from an egg that was like on the yolk. A very intense evil eye on me. Someone was trying to use black magic on me. Also listening to sound frequencies that are here on YouTube, look up negative energy cleansing. And also you can cleanse your home with, I'm going to start carrying these on my website too. Not this, but I'm going to make it into bundles so you can cleanse your home with juniper. And I'm visiting my parents right now in the garden that I planted here. The rosemary is doing amazing, which it snowed and froze down to like 8 degrees the other day. So I should probably harvest it soon because I'm shocked that it made it through all of that harsh weather. So I am going to be selling rosemary and juniper bundles for cleansing your home. Now you can also, if you can't afford to get bundles to cleanse your home, you can use like rosemary and other herbs that you have in your counter. Just put them in like a metal bowl. I have a little metal like ritual bowl that I put like offerings in to my spirit team, and then I also use it to like burn different herbs if I don't have a bundle. But I mean, now that I'm at my parents right now, I just go and clip little pieces of juniper off and I light it. It helps cleanse really well. I also use white sage, but I am indigenous. That is, be respectful of indigenous people. I'll talk about that at some time. Why? But it's not really I don't believe in telling people you can or can't do something. Talk to your higher self. Okay. And ask others around you who those practices came from. If you were gifted sage from an indigenous person and they properly taught you how to use it, that's between you and them. I am not like the master of your life or anything like that. Okay, so does anyone else want a pendulum reading? They're 2 for $5. Or I have my tarot readings. Oh, God. You're very welcome. Yeah, also just look into different things. Oh, Himalayan salt. Put it in your windowsills and around your doors. And Himalayan salt also helps a lot with like keeping your home protected and cleansed from negative energy. But obsidian is a really good one for that, and black tourmaline as well. Those two are really good for protection. You can get little pyramids of the black tourmaline, I believe, and I put them in the corners of my house when I started my healing journey, when I was like more susceptible to negative energy. Now I can like tell when that someone's throwing evil eye at me, and I'm just like, I send them love. I'm alchemizing this negative energy and I'm sending them love. I personally don't agree with return to sender stuff because I think that we should send out love to people, especially those that want to hurt us, because that means they're hurting. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to hurt us. Happy people don't hurt people. Really quickly, well, I let people decide if they want. Oh, in my oracle readings, it's just a couple cards that will come out because the deck's not very big. Those are $7 flat for an oracle reading. My tarot reading, I will use both my Santa Muerte deck and my animal moon deck. So while you guys decide on that, I'm going to show you some stuff that I have available. But please send me an email or a message on Instagram if you're interested in this stuff, because I'm going to be taking these off of my Etsy soon. So this is an herb grinder. This camera does not do it justice, but this is an opal. And that one is $35 with $5 shipping in the US. I have this unicorn grinder. It's a 5-piece one. So it has like 2 screens. This one's $45 shipping. Oh. And then I have, this one is 40. Oh, it's so pretty. I wish you could see it up close. I have pictures of these on my page too. Happy New Year to you too. Thank you for coming on my live. And then I have this unicorn one. Both of these are $40 with $5 shipping. And then I'm working on a troll doll one that's not done yet. See? Once I'm done with that one, it'll be $40 as well. So those are some things artsy wise that I have. And then I have this energy work candle for grounding, heart chakra, and abundance. And this one in negative energy as well. This one, negative energy, grounding, and heart chakra blockages. This one is $45, 40 or 45 with $5 shipping. This one is $35 with $5 shipping. If you're interested in, did not mean to make so much noise. If you're interested in either one of those, send me a message. And then on my website, lunadelboshealing.com, where you can book all your private readings with me. Pretty soon I'm going to have pendulum readings on there. I'm going to update all that tonight. This is the only herbal medicine product I have so far, but pretty soon I'm going to have 15 different herbal medicine products, all the way from tinctures to bath products. This one is a relaxing bath product, fizzle. It's like a bath fizzle with 6 different herbs in it. Lavender, German chamomile, skullcap. I don't remember all of it, but you can see that on my website. And those are on sale for $20. And you really only need like a tablespoon. So this jar will go a long way. And it helps relax the body, mind, and muscles. Yeah, body, mind, and soul. Body's part of the muscles. Anyway, okay, if no one else wants a reading, if you do at any point while I'm doing this reading right now for the signs. So the $22 tarot reading is the difference between the readings. So they're 22, 33, 44, and 55. The only difference between the readings is the more you pay, the longer the session is. So $22 readings are about 20 minutes. 33 is about 30 minutes. Sometimes they go 10 minutes or more over. I will not stop the reading if there's more coming through. Like if, your guides have more to say, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, there's part of it. Bye. Good luck. Like, I don't do that. And also I give you resources at the end of the live. I will message me on Instagram. And if you don't have Instagram, send me an email that can be found on my website. And I will send you the resources for your reading, because I usually give you resources depending on what it's about. But yeah, 22 is 20 minutes. 33 is about 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. 44 is about 45 minutes. 55 one is like an hour or more. Do I have the $60 one? 66? And that one's like, if there is a $66 one in there, that's like unlimited. An oracle reading is basically, so with a tarot, I go a lot more in depth. Oracle readings are more like, at least with this deck, because I'm not super in, like, tarot is my main means of doing readings. This is the only oracle deck I have, and it basically gives you advice. A lot of things come up involving, like, if you have certain chakras that are blocked. Like, I'll give you a couple examples of cards. The ones that I pulled for the start of the year the other day, because I do a lot of collective reads as well. So the one that I got for the start of this year for everyone, just an example. So this is an example. Reflection, and it says, embark on the journey to invite acceleration of your soul's paths here on earth. And then I'll go into a little more detail of what I'm picking up from your energy that I think that means. And then this one quite literally is the heart chakra card, and that will tell me full on you need to focus on that chakra because it is out of whack. This one also came along with fear, compassion, which is also connected to the heart chakra. It says, accept everything as it is and find compassion for all in the situation. I tie compassion to your heart chakra because that's where it comes with, like love and compassion come together. So an oracle reading is just basically like shorter than a tarot reading, and you don't really like ask questions. It's just more like intuitively, like these are some messages your guides would like you to hear right now. That's what an oracle reading is, at least with me. With other people, they do oracle differently. Some people strictly read oracle. It says the only oracle deck I have, because it's the only one I've been drawn to, because I love the fact that like sometimes I won't even notice like that my throat chakra is like out of whack, and then I will, get one that's, oh, well, there you go. The wolf, communication. Notice your ability to convey ideas through words and expressions. So let's say I'm talking to myself, but as someone else, I would say you need to work on opening up your throat chakra, speak up more, maybe sing some more. And if you don't sing at all, try singing like when you're in your shower. It'll help you open your throat chakra. And your solar plexus, like when I see the yellow, I can connect that to what chakra as well. Say, call on your inner strength and stamina as you establish your place in the world. So this would tell me that someone is basically like trying to find who they are and find their where they stand in the world, what their role is. So I would give them some advice on that. And then transcendence, prepare to step into the seat of higher awareness. This would tell me someone's going through an awakening. So those are just some more examples. That's what oracle is. Tarot is 72 cards versus that deck, which has like, I think 30. So this is how many are in a tarot deck. That's why the tarot readings are more expensive, because they're longer. Everyone does tarot differently. The way I do it is I visualize an energy cord going from me to your energy. All you need to tell me for a reading is your name. And you can even give me a fake name if you want. And then you can ask me questions if you want to, or you can just get an intuitive reading and I will tell you what your guides and your higher self want to hear. So by me being connected to your energy, I am then able to, I'll also hear your ego. Sometimes some people's egos will try and tell me something that they would rather hear than what your higher self wants you to hear. But I can decipher between what is your ego, what is your higher self, what is your spirit team, and what is not. And I offer these readings to help people to get to that point eventually, because everyone can connect with their guides and their higher self. It's just learning how. So my role as someone that does this kind of work that I do, the end game for me is like a year or two or a couple months, however long down the road, you don't need me anymore. Like my private readings and all that, I do naturopathic wellness sessions. I don't think like if a year down the road, you still feel like you need to communicate with me weekly or bi-weekly or whatever, then I'm not doing my job. I have not helped empower you enough. I have not, and of course there's some people that are like, I don't want to read. I'd rather just get a reading from you once a year. And I have friends that do that. They don't want to read cards and they like to get them on their birthday or whatever. But I'm talking like there are some readers out there who are like, you need to have a reading with me once a week because your energy is so bad. They're scam artists. Anyone who messages you and says, hey, your energy feels off, I think you need a reading, they're a scam artist. So use your discernment when it comes to readings as well, no matter what kind of reading it is, because you also don't want everyone to have access to your energy. I had someone read for me once and I felt kind of sick after she read for me, and she didn't have the best of intentions. So, that's where you use your intuition, and intuition, you just know. Like you can just be like, wow, I know I can trust this person. I've had that with people where I'm like, I trust them to read my energy. Has that changed with certain people? Yes. If things change, that's totally fine. So now I'm going to read for each sign. And this is your sun or your rising. Just so I make sure I go in order. Start at the beginning. But I already know Aries is first. So now you can watch me do both tarot and oracle, because I'm going to read both for each sign. And then if you would like a one-on-one reading after this on the live event, just let me know. And then Venmo or Cash App, my PayPal is in my link tree, which is in my bio on here. I prefer Venmo or Cash App though, but I have no issues with PayPal. If you want a private reading, though, those are all on my website, and those are all on sale. I can't really run a sale on sessions, so I just lowered the prices by like 15, 20% until January 7th as of right now. And I have gift cards worth 45-minute readings, like tarot readings, or $50 value you get for free for every $70 or more that you spend on my website. And that's a sale I've been running for the holiday, like going into the new year. So if you wanted to, you could buy 10 of those gift cards, and you could even apply them to longer readings. You can give some away. And if you bought 10, you would get, that means you would get 5 for free. I think I'm doing the math right there. Basically, if you buy 2, you get 1 free. Or any $70 that you spend, you get a free 45-minute reading or $50 value, which can be applied to anything on my website, including my naturopathic wellness sessions, lifestyle wellness coaching, and spiritual guidance sessions. Okay, so now I'm going to do astrology for each sign, or tarot for each sign, and I'll pull a couple of oracles too. So Aries is first. I would like to do a tarot reading next. When will you be available? Oh, we can do that right now. If you, oh, you mean a private reading, or because my private readings cost a little bit more than on here. But do you mean a reading right now? Because we can do that right now if you want to do it before I jump into these. Just let me know. Did you want to do a private, or do you want to do it on here? It's totally up to you. Like, no pressure if you don't want to do it live. I know it can be a little intimidating on here with other people, but if you want to do it live, I can do it before I get into these. Or if you want to think on it, I'll start with Aries right now, and we can come back to you or anyone who wants a reading. So I will start Aries right now. I'll let you guys think on that, and I'll check back in with that. So I'm going to do the tarot for Aries first, and then this is all out of order. I'll fix that in a second. I know Aries is first, though. Okay. Oh, haha. So those of you that have been watching me for a while, you know, what do these 2 cards mean? I mean, they mean many things, but when they come out together lately, I know that this means for Aries, you guys are really working on balancing your divine feminine, divine masculine energy. If you are unfamiliar with what that means, yes, I'll think about it, I'll let you know. Okay, sounds good. Divine feminine, divine masculine energy has nothing to do with gender. So it's like yin yang. We all have a divine feminine and divine masculine energy, but we can have a wounded feminine and wounded masculine energy. Look up what those look like. I'm not going to discuss that on here because I've discussed it a lot. You can look it up later, but Aries, you guys are still working through this. Some of you, it came up in October and you didn't really know why you felt uncomfortable. This is why. Since October, your higher self has been trying to get you to balance out your divine feminine, divine masculine energy. One example of like, let's say you're a woman and you've been through some sexual trauma. For me, that has happened to me, and I got more into my masculine energy. I had a wounded feminine and wounded masculine energy. As a result of that, I was more like alpha energy, like, oh yeah, I'm one of the boys, like more of that kind of energy. A wounded feminine could be you're very, very emotional all the time. You have a very hard time regulating your emotions. There are many different ways it can manifest. So really look up, what does a wounded feminine and wounded masculine energy look like? What does divine feminine and divine masculine energy look like? Also, Aries, because what did we talk about with your... Remember, you guys had, this year is about independent success, individual progress, and relationships. So what with this, I need to get a regular camera. This webcam on my laptop sucks. But the 6 of Cups, what that is telling me with this is once you are at a more like even keeled and your energy, because we're never fully going to be like healed on one, like healing's not linear. But once you get to a more stable, balanced, grounded energy in your divine feminine and your divine masculine, you're going to be more open to receiving help from others. A lot of you are at a point right now where you're like, I'm going to do it all myself, and you are reaching burnout, or that's already happened and you're in the middle of your rebirth, or a rebirth is coming for you. Rebirth has been the biggest theme in the last year for every zodiac sign. I don't think I have talked to one person who was like, yeah, 2022 was a cakewalk. Like a lot of shit was shaken up for people in 2022. Aries, a lot of you right now are also in this, like, you feel stagnant, but remember, I said this earlier, we're never stagnant. We're always moving. A lot of you, the shift in focus that's either already happened or happening soon is you really focusing on your long-term security plans, your career. Is what I'm doing really what makes me happy? So basically using that energy when you're alone to its like highest benefit, so you can get to this King of Wands energy. And when you do, it's going to be like this domino effect. Like you're going to have like your health in line, feel more balanced because your feminine and masculine energy is balanced. And it's just going to be like boom, 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 boom. Everything's just going to come in. So if things feel stagnant right now, know that the universe is pushing things out of the way. And that's why with what I brought up about the relationships and the astrology reading I wrote out, a lot of this is going to have to do with the beginning of this year for you, Aries. Relationships. Are these relationships serving me? And if not, what should I do? So that is your reading, Aries. I will pull one oracle card for Aries as well. Or I guess 3, because 3 fell out. Dark Goddess, grief. Now is a time for sensing grief as a gift from the heart. So that tells me, Aries, a lot of you are going through grief. A lot of you will be going through grief. And this probably is around those relationships I was talking about. And then Phoenix, fire of transformation. Be willing to rise up again and you will be successful. What did I say with the tarot? Rebirth. So pretty soon you are going to rise from the ashes and like a phoenix. Divine flow, confidence. Let go of doubt and move forward confidently. And if you do this and you really focus on this, it's going to bring you to this outcome a lot faster. And just let things go. People fall out of your life, let them go. You lose a job, let it go. Wasn't meant to be. Okay, next up. Let me put this in order again. Taurus. Taurus, your themes were resources, finances, and values. And this year is really a lot about your career. Remember, sun and rising. Pay attention to your sun and rising. Again, if you want a private reading, my website is lunadelbosshealing.com. Can be found in my link tree. If you have any questions, you can also message me on Instagram or my website, or my email, which is my website. Okay, Taurus. And I shuffled the cards. You guys saw. But I'm going to start here first. Okay. This card. You're going to feel like, at first, if you're not being mindful, I should add that part. If you're not being mindful, and what does that mean? If you're not being present enough, you're going to feel like you're going upstream a little bit. Now, that doesn't mean that you necessarily are. For a lot of you who are looking to change jobs, start your career, there's just definitely, you're going to have to be patient, basically, is what it is. You're going to have to be patient and not stress about, are the fruits of your labor going to, like, is it going to pay off? It is. It is going to pay off. Okay. And then a lot of you did work on this. I got these two cards again. This is what I've been saying since October. Divine Feminine, Divine Masculine. You guys have balanced that out for the most part, Tauruses. And yes, confirmation, balance, boom, right there, Justice card. You guys have been doing that, and that is going to help you a lot with what would normally kind of feel like you're going uphill, but you're not. And because of that awareness, you're going to make it over these, like, what would normally look like obstacles in your path. And you're going to see everything as like a learning opportunity. I'm seeing like you guys have really done a lot of introspection in the last year. I'm going to pull your oracle. Okay. Goddess of vibration, truth. Allow all your words and actions to reflect your truth. I think I even spoke up something about Tauruses, you speaking your truth or something. Maybe that was someone else. But this, to me, has what I'm seeing with like the tarot spread, probably has a lot to do with a lot of you with your new business ventures. But also great central sun, unity, become aware of ideas, consciousness, and extension beyond the unknown. A lot of it's going to have to do with like now that, because a lot of you have started a new spiritual path, or you've had another awakening. Chakra balance, peace. Through energy, breath, and balance emerges the greatest sense of peace. So to me, that this all means take care of yourself more with like meditation, setting at least like 5 minutes a day aside to just like sit with your thoughts without any distractions. And working more on like speaking up when you need help or on what it is that you're actually feeling. And finding the balance between like, you know, am I doing this because I don't want to make someone uncomfortable? Am I doing this because I want to do it? And then I feel compelled to read this bottom deck. The Golden Goddess. The golden abundance of the universe is opening up to you. And that would align with what I did for your guys's astrology. Like a lot of you are starting your own businesses, remember, and you some of you you're just like new jobs and not necessarily starting your own business. But I'm heavily seeing a lot of the people that are Tauruses that are watching this. It is more geared towards a new thing where you're like your own boss. I'm heavily getting that. Or maybe you'll become manager. I don't know. Something along those lines. Okay. Gemini. And at any point while I'm doing this, if anyone wants a reading, let me know. If you want to check out my website to decide first, that's totally fine. I'm going to start doing these YouTube lives once a week. So, yeah. Okay, Gemini. Oh, yeah, and Gemini, you guys have had a lot of big changes and changes in your health. Remember, unhealthy habits. And asking yourself, like, what role do you play in your suffering? So for Gemini, first out the gate, I'm seeing a lot of mental anguish, a lot of depression, a lot of anxiety, just a lot of apathy. But yeah, a lot of you, for some of you, this has to do with business. For some of you, this is coming from romantic, like love life. And remember, Geminis, didn't I say something about the love life thing was significant this year? Hang on. I'm going to look back at my astrology notes. Oh no, it was just be mindful of who you spend time with because it can affect your mental state. So for some of you, there's some people that you've had in your life for a while. Some people you need to let go of. You're kind of just like hanging out with the wrong crowd. See that fox is like hanging out with all these. Good night, Michaela. What time is it? Oh wow, it's almost 10. I'll talk to you later. For some of you, it is like you. Again, I'm saying trying to fit a square peg into a circular hole. A lot of you are doing this within like relationships. You've outgrown a lot of friendships. Once you let go of that, the success and everything that you've wanted and it's going to come together in like a form of teamwork, and it's going to come in really fast. But the opportunities are not going to present themselves if you're focused on all these other distractions. So, Oracle card for Geminis. So, solar plexus. You guys need to focus on your solar plexus. Ignite the powerful energy of your individual light. So, look into solar plexus healing, you guys. I'm not going to go into all of that right now, but look into an unbalanced solar plexus and a balanced solar plexus and what that looks like. I would recommend playing some like sound frequency music, solar plexus. Okay, and then you have Raven Goddess Magic. Fly into the darkness to reveal the light within you. So do some shadow work, Geminis, because you don't want to keep repeating these cycles. Actually do the work. Do the work to give yourself a better life. Okay, next is... I know it's Cancer, but I would like to look at this part too. Cancer. Yeah. Okay, I'm a Cancer too, so I know this. Cancer. So what I said in the astrology is our time is now. Like everything that we have been working towards is basically like this year. It's all coming together. So I'm going to pull some cards for Cancer. Oh, okay. Let's see what that's about. Cancer. So you've been in a rock bottom energy. I'm feeling like, and me as a Cancer, I definitely relate to this for a while. And hearing our time is now, a lot of you are kind of like, yeah, okay, I'm sure. Because we're almost to the point of like, I don't believe this will ever really happen for me, but it's coming in. 10 of Pentacles. Like, that is a very, and then 8 of Pentacles. Like, success is coming. You've been as patient. You've tried to be patient. It's been hard. You've kind of been forced to be patient. And then you guys saw me shuffle the deck. It's because you've been working on balancing out feminine and masculine energy. This has come out for everyone so far. Almost everyone. Has it been everyone? That's great. But yeah. You guys have been working on balancing that out. Once you do, it's like you're going to start filling your cup more, and everything's just going to, it's going to be like I said, who was that for? Like, was that Taurus or Aries? I don't know. A domino effect. It's going to be a domino effect. Once you are in alignment, and you're honest with yourself, Cancers, and then as a result, that'll make you honest with others on what you want. What you've been working on that. It's coming in, but just don't, I guess what your guides in the universe want me to remind you, don't get distracted and don't harp on the past. Leave it in the past, okay? For a lot of you, and I relate to this as well, we kind of harp on our traumas more, that like we focus more on the negative things that have happened than the positive things. And a lot of people do that anyway. But Cancers, like, this has been like a really, like, it's a habit mentally that we have been breaking, and it has not been easy. And those of you that have been doing the work, I commend you, because I've been doing the work too, and it is not easy at all. So I'm going to pull a couple of oracles. Creative expression. Use your creative gifts and exploration as a way to expand and grow. So I think that one's pretty self-explanatory. If you haven't been creative lately, get back into it. That's one of my like New Year's goals for me this year, is to be more creative. And not just online, because I do digital edits. I've done that kind of stuff, but pen and paper, paintbrush, all of that. Like, I'm going back to that starting tomorrow. So my lives are only going to be once a week on here, and like once or twice a week on Instagram soon. And then Raven Goddess Magic. Fly into the darkness, reveal the light within you. Shadow work. Me included. Stop avoiding that shadow work, Cancers, because some of you are like, I do it in my head. It's enough. You got to write it out. Let it out. And burn it. Okay, Leos. Leo, and your first card is the Lion. King of Wands. Leo, your astrology, oh my God. Your astrology was about opportunities, exposure, reputation, and a lot of changes, remember? And I said, you have to stay more balanced, sharp and focused, and mindfulness will help you greatly, because there's going to be a lot of shit coming up. So stand in that more courageous, like King of Wands energy. The time that you are alone, use it more wisely, more valuable. I think I even said something about that in the astrology part. A lot of you are going to have a rock bottom moment, or you're stepping out of one. Or like just your mental health has not been good. Did I say something about that in the astrology? Oh yeah, delays, needing to slow down. The first 3 months of the year, you're gonna be outgrowing a lot of things. Yeah. Okay. A lot of you, and remember, this is your sun and rising. For a lot of you Leos, you're kind of finding your voice and what really matters to you. A lot of mental clarity is coming in. There's still a lot of like unseen problems, a lot of subconscious habits and stuff that where you're quite literally blocking the abundance that you have been asking to come in because you're being a little stubborn when it comes to like really like saying like, yeah, it's me. I'm recognizing my role that I play in my suffering, something I've been talking about a lot lately. It's not easy, but it is necessary in the healing journey. And then once you get to a more honest and balanced place there, like abundance wise, and not just like financial abundance, but like abundance within friendships, within life and everything. Like it's all going to start coming together. But you just, and remember what I wrote in the astrology is single folks, you might be confused by the types of people you're attracting. So be careful of, where is it? Didn't I pull the moon card? Yes. Sheep's and wolf clothing, unseen problems. There might be some interesting like folks that come into your life. Now, it's not like in a victim blaming way or anything, but sometimes certain energies that we're putting out attract certain people and we get confused. Like I just went through, why do I attract all these abusive people as a relationship partners? That was a lot of, I had to look, what role do I play in my suffering? That's a lot of things Leos are going through right now. So now I'm going to pull Oracle for Leo. Guidance. Travel into the power places to receive the guidance you're seeking. Meditate more. Also work on your throat chakra, Leos. Because for a lot of you, the new year, remember I said the new year, the better momentum you have is what going to basically make the year for you. A lot of you will be met with opportunities that present themselves. You just got to stay balanced, be more mindful, and have sharp focus. Mindfulness is going to help you greatly. Business gains might be slowed for some of you. One area, will you shine by 2023 in your romantic? I don't know why I can't remember this one that I wrote. 2023. By the end of the year, you'll have a lot of chances to speak up, and come clean about your feelings. So by the end of the year, but that doesn't mean wait till the end of the year to speak up and voice your needs. Yeah. Be mindful of some of the opportunities that are presented to you. Like, is this really what's going to serve me? Because I feel like that, I mean, that is going to save a lot of you from this potential stagnancy that you might feel if you ignore the opportunities that are being presented to you. So after Virgo, and then I'm going to do Libra. Virgo. I'm a Virgo rising. So this also applies to me as well. Okay. Virgo. Get out of your head. Stop over and psychoanalyzing everything. Be wary of like obsessive thoughts. They will stunt your flow. Okay. A lot of abundance is wanting to make its way to you. You just have to like organize your thoughts more, be more mindful when you are by yourself, and use a lot more courage and other things that you're not really comfortable with. Like stepping out of your comfort zone is huge here, asking for help. and being open to doing things in a way that you might have not really thought about doing it, especially pertaining to like career and stuff. I'm going to pull some Oracle for Virgo. So already I got the Tree. I think you only need one card, Virgo. Tree, rooted. Find harmony by planting your roots deep within the earth. So it also means focus on your root chakra, grounding your energy. Go outside more. I know it's cold a lot of places, but I still go outside barefoot, even though it's cold. It's good for you. Go back in and warm your feet up. You'll be fine. But grounding your energy is huge. Get outside more. Do more things that uplift you and less things that like suck you down. Like less distractions, less just aimless scrolling on your phone. And then bottom of the deck, Ganesh, abundance of the earth. Release the obstacles to receiving abundance in perfect form. Release the obstacles to receiving abundance in perfect form. Now, how do you do this? By being more mindful, being open, like I said, to alternative ways of doing things that you might have not really thought about. And then Libra. This is a long live. I don't know the last time I did a live this long. Okay, Libra. And remember your astrology was, oh yeah, going through major rebirths. That's the main focus for you guys right now, at least. So for some of you, you have peering eyes on you in either a lustful way or an investment type way. A lot of you have worked on balancing out your mind, body, soul, and you, because of this rebirth that you have gone through, you are in more alignment with like receiving abundance and receiving help from others. Just don't get distracted by certain things that seem like, use your discernment basically, because some things are going to be presented in this like illusionary like present, like this is a gift for you and you have to just use your discernment. But you're going to have a lot of mental clarity, and you're all, because you're shedding your old skin, you are turning into that phoenix. Like I'm just picturing that oracle in here of the phoenix. So 3 oracles for you, Libra. The Dancer, balance. And I also pulled Temperance, which is about balance. See? Activate your willingness to enter the dance. So are you willing to do like the dance of life? Like it's not just one even like energy. You have ups and downs. Like, are you ready to just like dive in to all of it, to all of the glory of this human experience, the like uncomfortableness, the happiness, the love, the sadness, all of it. No more hiding, I heard. Creative expression, use your creative gifts and exploration as a way to expand and grow. So for a lot of you, creativity is going to have a lot to do with your business choices. For those of you that are starting new businesses, I'm seeing it have a lot to do with creativity. Insight, spiritual teacher, connect with a spiritual teacher and tap into higher wisdom. So maybe look into getting a mentor or seeing a therapist or something along the lines of that. And ideally a therapist who is a spiritual person as well. Okay. Next. I did Cancer. Yes. And Leo. Oh, okay. So now we have Scorpio, Sagittarius, and then Capricorn. And that's it, I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, no, and Aquarius and Pisces. Holy shit. Okay. These are out of order. I'm sorry. I'm tired. But, okay, Scorpio. No, this is right. Scorpio. So remember, financial success is possible, but how have you been getting to the point of where you are in your career? If everything karmically is good, you're good. And you're going to reap the rewards soon. If not, then you got to do some reflecting. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay. With the Scorpios, I see two different sets of groups of people. The ones who karmically, kind of been bringing some bad karma on themselves. You're not going to feel better until you let it out. You are going to have obsessive thought after obsessive thought after obsessive thought. The truth will set you free. Okay? That's really the message that you guys, if you haven't been doing things from an honest place, that is what your main focus is right now. And that will bring you right back into the flow state with the rest of the Scorpios who are coming into financial success, as I said. Like, you're going to have a lot of mental clarity, Scorpios. You're going to have two decisions to make. For some of you, it's, do I continue on with this sneaky shit? Or do I open up and be honest? For some of you, it's, do I work with this business partner or not? For some of you, it's, do I step into this relationship or not? The universe wants to put the spotlight on you, but you're hiding still because you have a lot of emotional baggage that you aren't really ready to let go of. And a lot of you are in a tower moment right now. This includes the ones that haven't been karmically racking up karmic debt. This is for all, like, most of you Scorpios have been going through it for the last, some of you a few months, some of you a few years or more. But the universe wants to, like, steer you in a different direction. You just have to, like, be more open to it. Be more open to change and setting up proper boundaries, finding the balance between, am I setting up boundaries or am I setting up a wall? And then oracle cards. Ooh. Mountain post, stability. Align with the stability of the earth for grounding and support. Open your higher vision as you do. So connect with your guides, connect with your ancestors, but also have awareness. Is this? So I see a lot of people get tripped up of this. They think they're talking to their guides or their ancestors, and it's their ego. And your ego can be sneaky. And then Lady Guadalupe, forgiveness. Forgive yourself and forgive others, and you will awaken a deeper opening of the heart. So for some of you, there's some things that you need to forgive yourself for and forgive others for. You don't have to do anything, of course, but holding on to shame, guilt, or negative feelings towards anyone doesn't do anyone any good, yourself or them included. Okay. Sagittarius. I didn't do this. No, I didn't do this one yet. Okay. Okay. Sagittarius. A lot of you are heavily in your feminine energy, or there's mother wounds coming up. Work on self-soothing if you don't know how already, because that is going to bring in a lot of like old addictions are going to come back, or new or intrusive thoughts are going to come back, and you're going to be in this like mental prison, or quite literally like from substance abuse. Yeah. Some of you need to be real careful. Because I see a lot of you have been patient. You've been like, I want to be in the flow state, but by wanting to be in the flow state, quite literally, you're blocking yourself from being in the flow state because you're saying something that is in a lack mindset. Success is like right over the horizon though. And things usually get really hard like this. And we start to like push away certain abundance and stuff like right before we have our like mental breakthrough clarity moment. So just keep that in mind. A lot of times, right before you get to the peak of the mountain, it's the roughest part. So you just got to get through that last little bit. And that's where I see Sagittarius, you guys are at. Pull an oracle for you. Empowerment. Call in on your inner strength and stamina as you establish your place in the world. So for a lot of you, and I do know a lot of Sagittarius, is this kind of where they're at. They are finding their place in the world. A lot of you are big, big dreamers. You want to make a big footprint on the world. You are finding that this year, okay? Now, call in your guides. Call in your inner strength. Talk to your higher self. More so, your higher self. And your higher self is just the you that has gone through what you're going through now. And then release the obstacles to receiving abundance in perfect form. Now, that goes right in with this card. How could you be doing this? I mean, you're really going to have to meditate on that, but there's sometimes where if we don't want to work with other people, and that's the way the universe is presenting things, like, hey, you just got to work with this person for like a couple months, and then you can like fly solo, because you can have whatever you want. But you have to be ready to make the moves and go with the flow when certain things are presented. There's always a reason for everything if you're willing to find it. And then I'll just say one more thing for you, Sagittarius. Align with the stability of the earth for grounding support. There's a Sagittarius that I read for, and I know he's probably going to watch this back, and he can say, one of the main things I've been telling him is go outside. I don't give a shit if it's minus 30 degrees. Go outside. You need to go outside and ground your energy. The Sagittarius says this is going to help you guys a lot, especially with your healing, your breakthrough, the recovery time from these breakthroughs. Okay. And then Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. And I will be all done with this live. Unless if someone wants a reading. At that case, I'll need to take a break. But don't forget, you guys, if you want a private reading, my website is lunadelbosquehealing.com. And I'm pretty sure you can find it in the caption of this video. If not, I will add it at the end of the video. Yes, this is Capricorn. Okay. Ooh. Whoa. Did you see that one jump? Jumped at me? Okay, Capricorn. You guys have recently had a rock bottom moment as well. I see it as more in a mental way, like a mental anguish, due to past traumas. There's just a lot of old like wounds and grief coming up. Call on your more divine feminine energy to help stabilize you and bring you to this more well-grounded, even keeled like energy. And it's going to help your transformation process to be a lot smoother. It's going to allow your old skin to shed a lot smoother. Bottom of the deck. Yes. The balance and harmony, everything, all of that's coming. Just, you got to work through these last little like nooks and crannies of healing, that of things that you've shoved down that are coming up. Let them come up and feel them so that you can like balance everything back out. Okay. You know you've been through worse. Oh, I was just trying to shuffle these back together. And you're going to get to a place where you are balanced. Remember, those of you that have been watching me for a while know I made that hand gesture before I got this deck. And that is saying confirmation of just like you've been definitely Capricorns working more towards a balanced feminine masculine energy. And you're just like with Sagittarius, you're at the tail end of things and it's all going to come together. You're recovering. And with the surprises coming up, that makes sense. So joy, open the power of joy through the movement and play. So to me, that says step more into your inner child energy, tap more into what you enjoyed doing as a child, and do similar things now to tap into that childlike energy to help clean out the nooks and crannies of that wound, the wounds that are like blocking you. And then crown chakra, work on your crown chakra. Try more spiritual practices, connect more, like do guided meditations, maybe do some rituals if you've been interested in them. Good places, start with those, new and full moon, but you don't have to do them around the new and full moon. It can be any time. The divine connection is the bridge waiting to be crossed. So your crown chakra is what connects you to the other side, basically. And it is how I am able to communicate with other entities. So, and tap into your guys' energy. I use my crown chakra to do that. Okay, Aquarius and then Pisces, and then we're all done. So Aquarius. Hang on. I gotta call my friend. Something messed up just happened. See, I normally don't check my phone, and I just saw that. Okay. Finish this, and then I'll go deal with that. Aquarius. Oh, yeah. You guys have been dealing with some mental anguish, and that's coming for this year. That's what the year's starting out with, but the year is ending with that, okay? So you're going to have some mental clarity soon that is going to put these negative thoughts to rest. Some of that is quite literally going to be from setting boundaries or like having people leave your life. For some of you, you have new suitors romantically that are watching you, interested in you. For some of you, it's investors. Basically, to get out of this negative mental headspace, you have to finally just pull the plug and say, okay, I surrender, universe. Like, you take the reins. I'm not making the best decisions. Help me, please. You can ask the universe and your higher self and your guides at any point in time, and they will help you. And then bottom of the deck, yeah. You guys have been met with what feels like obstacle after obstacle after obstacle lately. Just know it's going to be okay. Like, you just have to be honest first, and you have to let some shit go, because the universe really does want to bring you all of that abundance that you want, but it's not going to until you let go and make some of the decisions that you know need to be made. Okay. I'll pull a couple of oracle for you. Yes. Solar plexus. Please, if you're not familiar with the chakras, look up the ones that I said for your signs. Solar plexus. So ignite the powerful energy in your individual light. You need to focus on your solar plexus energy. Also, you got sacral chakra. Confidence and emotions are what these are tied to. But look more into it, please, if you don't know. Goddess of vibration, truth. Allow all of your words and actions to reflect your truth. So what have I been saying, Aquarius? You guys have needed to, there's some decision you need to like finalize, something you need to say, something you need to get over with for you to really open the doorway to your heart and discover the treasures and truth within. Also, Aphrodite, fertility, become attuned with the fertile ground within you. So start to pay more attention to what your body does around other people. If you're watching all this and you're like, I don't know what decision you're talking about that I need to make, then harness this energy to really open your eyes so that you're not, because you know, but it's deep in your subconscious if you don't know. Okay, Pisces, and then we're done. And Pisces, I said your theme this year was discipline, maturity, prosperity, and get ready because you're looking for a very prosperous year. Very bountiful year, yes. So you guys have been like quietly, patiently, maybe not some of you quietly, but awaiting for your dreams to come in, for your like divine union to come in, and shit is coming in quickly, okay? This is totally confirming with what I said for your guys' astrology. Like it's all all of this is lined up with just pure bliss, happiness, courage, strength, teamwork makes the dream. Like you learned so many of the lessons and things are really balancing out now. And like, oh my God, I pulled King and Queen of Wands. Yeah, you guys are like, you've done the work. For most of you, you are already very heavily balanced in your divine feminine, divine masculine, and bravo to you. Like, good job on you guys. That is why when I did your astrology, I mean, it's saying that you might have some disagreements with family members, but overall, this is a very prosperous year for Pisces. And big changes coming. Some of you are even going to be traveling soon. I don't remember. Did I say something about that in there? I'll look back and watch it. But yeah, career-wise, things are moving slow, but otherwise not. Everything else is coming in quickly, and it was just 22211. So 2222. Okay, Oracle for Pisces. Hello, Chaley. I'm actually almost done with the live, unless if anyone wants a reading. Anyone else would like a reading? I'm just finishing up Pisces cards that after I did their astrology. So Pisces, you're in a very fertile energy right now. Become attuned to the fertile ground within you. So you can manifest pretty much whatever the heck you want right now. Great central sun unity. Become aware of ideas, consciousness, and existence beyond the unknown. Tap more into spiritual practices. And when it comes to like the disagreements that I talked about, like you'll just breeze through that, okay? And you'll be fine. Sorry, my phone is blowing up and I don't know why. All right. Well, I'm all done with the astrology readings and the tarot pulls that I did for each zodiac sign. And remember, that was for your sun and your rising. So if anyone would like, I've pinned my comment with how to get a tarot reading, a pendulum, or oracle. Oh, you did? Okay. Oh, that's why I'm getting all these notifications. All right. Do you have any questions that you want to ask? Any areas of your life you want me to go over? And then for your reading, I'm going to use both. I'm going to start with my littler deck, my Santa Muerte, and then I went your work job. Okay. And what sign? Chaley. So the only way I do readings is if you've paid. And I'm working with, I'm so sorry, Averalia, I know, Alexandra. I'll just say that one instead. So your work and job for Alexandra. So the I tried with the other one, but Alexandra, I'm going to read for right now because Alexandra has paid. This is the only way you can get a live reading, you guys. I don't do them for free. Ooh. And what were your zodiacs again? Real quick. You said your sun was wasn't it Capricorn or was that someone else? Okay. Holy shnikes. I guess I can say shit on here. Holy shit. Oh, I'm a Cancer too. Okay. So have you been thinking about starting your own business, or is that something you've already done or working for yourself? Because I got several cards that are like geared towards that, but I'm also seeing there is like some voices in your head that are like giving you some doubt. But whatever this decision is that you've been thinking about making within your career is like, okay, that's fine if you don't know what to do, because I want to say from the get-go, you got the Queen of Pentacles and Nine of Pentacles. So this is like fully supported by the universe. And I think that's why, since you're not sure, the self-doubt is coming up, because I'm hearing that from your guides that you like feel like you should already know by now. And so you think maybe it's like too late. That's not the case at all. It is never too late. But like I said, with the Nine of Pentacles, Queen of Pentacles, and you got the World, and then yes, Nine of Cups. Like right now, start filling up your cup. Start working on. I feel like you overthink a lot of things, and you feel like because these things have just not come to you, like, know that for me, I think this will help you if I explain to you how I got into what I got into. I got into what I got into because I was doing the healing work on myself. And I feel like for you, helping people, because as a Cancer too, that would make sense in a very nurturing way. We're nurturers by nature. Nurture yourself right now, and it will all make sense. Because you got the World twice, okay? And from both my decks. So you got the World. You also got the Five of Cups. And then all these Pentacles. And there is some sort of lesson that you have been learning that is coming to an end soon. So that all is going to become a lot more clear. If I'm just hearing, don't worry so much about what it's going to be. Focus on you. Really focus on like getting your everything in check, like your happiness first, not the happiness of others first. I know it sounds kind of contradictory to what I do, but like really, if I'm not investing in myself first, there's no way I would be able to do this work that I'm doing in a beneficial way to the collective. Okay. I feel like you're carrying a heavy burden because you know that everything that you have done work-wise just really you just haven't really felt like you've fit in, but you're stressed out, you're burnout. You really need to start pouring into your cup with the King of Cups, pouring into your cup, because once you find the things that put a spark under you, put a light under you, that is when you start to align yourself with what I would say is your purpose. Although our purpose is really just to experience this human experience. Beyond that, like me doing healing work for others, that was just a decision I made. But it's a decision I made because it's the one thing that every day when I wake up, I do not say, God damn it, I don't want to help people in their healing journey today. That is something that has always brought me joy. So you're going to have mental clarity on that. And it is going to come through the healing work that you are doing on yourself and will be doing on yourself. I'm feeling a lack of confidence in you as well. So I just kind of felt like in the pit of my stomach. I feel like there's been quite a few obstacles lately that have you kind of, are you recently at a rock bottom place, or are you like getting out of it? Because with the Ten of Swords next to the Five of Wands, I do see that there have been some like trials and tribulations. There's been some really heavy mental anguish and grief. So I don't know if you just got out of some like a really dark place mentally, or if you're working on that. So I don't really see that in the future sense. But the healing work, there's a lot of, how familiar are you with shadow work? Because with all this that I'm seeing, like your guides are heavy on telling me, oh my God, 7 years ago, I had an abusive ex 7 years ago that was physically abusive. We have a lot in common. It's crazy. Has that been is there something coming up? Because I got the Justice card here. Is there some sort of like, is it because of the holidays? I'm feeling though, there's something coming up that has to do with that abusive ex. That is the mental blockage for you. I feel like you still have the voice of that ex in your head at times telling you like you're not going to be able to do the things that you want to do. And because you're really not sure, you do shadow work. Okay, cool. Some journal prompts that your guides want you to do right now is there, because there's something coming up right now where you have a voice in your head that's like, yeah, no, you just go do go work for someone else. You couldn't amount, like you still have this very mean voice in your head. Just know that that voice is not yours, okay? You brought that, and that makes sense that the Lover's card was right next to the Five of Cups because it involves a past lover. So hang on, there's a lot of energy here. Because you got, Queen and King of Pentacles. Did you see that orb? Or was that just me? I just saw an orb on the screen right behind me. So I've never caught that on a live. Okay, I have to watch that back later. Sorry, distraction. Yeah, right now you are in the process of, I'm seeing the wounded you when this happened. Were you like early teens or 20s? Whatever age that was, that you is looking for you. Like, have you written a letter to that you that happened to from 7 years ago and had a conversation, early 20s? Because that will help you release and like, I'll just give you an example. I had a point in my life where I wrote a letter when I started doing this shadow work prompt that I think is going to help you a lot. I wrote a letter as me from when I was 18 years old. And then I wrote a letter, like I wrote it like I was me back then. All the things I was feeling, all the things that were said to me, all the abusive things that happened to me. And then I wrote a letter as the me now, and basically was like comforting that version of me. And told her, like, it's going to be okay. We're going to get out of this. Like, you are worthy. You're amazing. You're strong. Because your guides are showing me that there's this like underlying, like an undertone of just this like self-doubt and like, I don't know if you've been having flashbacks or like nightmares recently. Or just like thoughts where like, why am I thinking about that right now? Anytime those things come up, that's when we do the shadow work prompts. That's when we do this work, the journaling and the writing through to help balance things out. Wait, what was now? You haven't had, okay, maybe it's coming up in your subconscious. Because I feel like there's something tied to, I mean, did your ex say a lot of things about your, like, did they prevent you from working or say things that made you feel like you weren't going to amount to anything? Was there something like, I mean, with abuse, usually they want to break. Oh, you didn't see the word. Okay. Usually with abuse, they obviously want to break you so that you rely on them. So there is, if you write this letter, I'm going to send you some, because I'm feeling a major heart wall from you. And the reason you're having a hard time finding what that thing is, mentally and emotionally abusive. Yeah, once you find shadow work prompt. The reason you are having a hard time figuring out what it is that you want to do, and you're a Cancer, and I pulled, I don't know if you were watching when I did the Oracle pull, but one of the card that came up there was about you're using your creativity. So, think of some creative things that you like to do and channel after you do that journal prompt, channel the energy into whether it's a painting, a drawing, writing, like a poem or something creative, because you have, due to sexual trauma, or not sexual trauma. I don't know if there was sexual trauma there either, but mental, emotional, any abuse, really, any abuse is going to cause, hello, old guy, how's it going? Is going to cause any abuse at all will cause a blockage in your sacral chakra. Of course, if you don't want to, like, say if the other abuse that I just said has happened, we can talk about that off of here. But there's something with lacking in, like, not even confidence. It's like just knowing who, okay, that's why that came up. Sorry. Thank you for, we don't have to talk about that too much, but there, I am feeling, Happy New Year. Just subscribe and like. I'm doing a reading for someone right now. And if you want a reading, you have to pay. Okay. So what I'm feeling coming up for you right now, Alexandra, that is the main thing. And creativity, that's why that was coming up. Now this makes sense, because I was feeling something with sexual trauma, but you said relationship. So that wound first needs to be tended to, and then, like, right to the you as a child that went through that experience as well. And this is going to be really hard, but this is how you're going to release that. So right as the you from that childhood trauma to the you now. And then right as the you now to your childhood, that version of you. So that prompt will help you a lot. It'll help you with self-soothing too. You probably have a pretty hard time with self-soothing in a healthy way. A lot of us do. A lot of people, they'll just, oh, I'm stressed out, I'm going to have some wine, or I'm stressed out, I'm going to whatever, like things that we know aren't super healthy. And all of those things are eventually going to block your creative flow. And the reason things just like feel like a drag, I guess I would say, and why there isn't really any spark of like, ooh, I feel called to go over here, or ooh, I feel called to like do this or do is because these wounds need to be tended to first. I feel like the work that you are going to do is going to have something to do with your healing journey that you're going through right now. Whether that is like as an artist or as a public speaker or something like that, where like you, by doing this shadow work, connecting with the younger versions of yourself that have gone through the sexual trauma, that have gone through the emotional and mental like anguish from the abusive relationship, you're going to free yourself from those situations so that you can flow more abundantly. You're going to actually feel it. You're going to feel sparks of joy, because kind of right now the energy I'm feeling from you is kind of just this like, hang on, please. There are no free things. I'm in the middle of reading, so please hold any questions till the end because it throws off the reading. All right. You do have this really abundant future ahead of you, but it is going to take place after you shed the old skin. And you're real, like, I feel like you're a massive giver. You give. It's time for you to start like speaking up for what you want to, so that you can receive as well. Receive the energy. Because I feel like even though that abusive relationship was 7 years ago, I feel like within friendships and other relationships too, you have a hard time like really speaking up for what it is that you want. And this involves other past traumas too. Because when these wounds that are so deep from our childhood and from romantic relationships where we put a lot of trust into someone to keep us safe, you know what I mean? And then that we have these wounds where a lot of times we develop what we think is, we have like really thick skin, but underneath that thick skin, which that thick skin eventually is going to come off at some point, is just this overload of like pent up emotions. And by the time it comes out, I feel like you might get really extreme like moodiness, or that's coming, because most of your life I am seeing that you've had a hard time really like speaking up for like, this is what I want, this is what I don't want. And what I'm seeing here, the theme with all these cards, is a lot of that has to do with the fact that you don't really even know who you are in your core, without saying like and I know that sounds weird, but like without saying your name, or without saying what you do for work. Like you are right now, you're at a part in your journey where you're getting to know yourself without the traumas, without other people around, without others' influences, because there is something big. There is a huge footprint that you're going to make on the world. But right now, you really got to be in this Empress energy where you see that fox underneath. This is your higher self. Okay. And then this is you right now. You are fertilizing this tree, but to get there, this is also your wounded inner child. This is also the wounded you from your early 20s. And I'm going to send you a lot of resources on this. If you want, do you follow me on Instagram? Because I don't want you to put your private information on here. I do want you to message me so I can send you some resources on this to connect better to yourself, to your higher self. Because right now, that's where I'm feeling the disconnect. You really need to pour into your cup before you even consider those things. And just know that when it comes, okay, cool. Send me a message on Instagram and I'll send you the resources. Just know that when it comes and when it's presented to you, you aren't going to even have to ask, like, is this what I'm supposed to do? It's going to be such a neon sign. Like when I had my moment like that, it was just so clear and so loud. I was sitting in the bathroom, looking in the mirror, and it was like everything was glowing. And I was like, oh my God, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And everything just connected after that. So right now you're in this like 7 of Wands energy where it's like, that is all the past versions of you, all the alligators that are in the water. And then this is the you like trying to navigate things, but there's just, and it's nothing to feel like. A lot of people are in this energy, and a lot of people are in this energy right now because a lot of people are going through rebirths. And I heavily feel that energy from you as well. It's basically like you need to get out of your own way. Now, how do you do that? Through the healing. Finding the courage to like speak up. I also feel like your throat chakra, sacral chakra, and your solar plexus. I'm going to write those down because those need some attention. Your solar plexus is where your confidence comes from. Your sacral chakra is what gets blocked, like I said earlier, usually from like abuse, especially sexual abuse. And then throat chakra. A lot of times we won't use our throat chakra because our solar plexus is off. So sometimes when you like start healing the one, it will start heal the other, because if you don't have a lot of confidence, you're not really going to speak up for yourself. So the universe wants you to focus on you first, focus on your confidence, focus on like balancing out yourself before even like worrying about what it is that career wise because you are going to make a mark on the world, and it is going to be something on the scale that you are picturing of like working for yourself and as an entrepreneur, and a very similar like style to the way my work is, but in your completely own different way. Right now there is a cycle ending, and I don't know if you've either, let me see, you've either been thinking about traveling, or there's something with teamwork. Hang on. Oh, well, I know why that came up. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to move these to the side. I want to address this part first before we talk about potential travel plans. So I guess if you've been thinking about doing like solo travel, more of it, or just doing it in general, that is something that will serve you well. But right now, though, focus. I hate my hometown, but when I travel, I get really homesick and anxiety. Okay. I actually know that feeling very well. Let me. I have an idea for that. I know that feeling. It's funny because I'll go on. I think for me now, the reason I guess what stepped me out of that was the healing that I started doing. Because what I was going to say is before you even consider the traveling, these two cards came up. Hate being alone too. Oh my God, I know the energy that you're in so much. And because you're a Cancer, like I can picture the me from like 4 years ago. And I feel like I'm talking to me from 4 years ago. This is kind of tripping me out. I feel like you deal a lot with like intrusive, obsessive thoughts, and those kind of keep you in this fear mentality, like fear of going on like when you are on the trips, the fear of like, oh, like that you obsess and that I should go home. Just like with not like being alone either. I feel like you probably then intentionally disassociate a lot. And that can look like being on your phone while playing music, while watching TV. I used to do that a lot, and not just a few years ago. I still do that sometimes, and I'll be like, I'm really not trying to hear what's going on in here, and that's why I have all this stuff going on. Usually, if we don't like being alone, it is because what's in here trauma-wise is so freaking loud. And don't worry, the stuff I'm going to send you isn't going to set you into a spiral. I can feel the exact energy that you're in. So I'm not going to overload you with too much stuff. But these are going to really catapult you into the next stage to where things are going to become less foggy. Does that make sense? Being on your phone that much, and I don't know if you scroll on TikTok a lot. When I stopped using TikTok for 3 months. And then I actually got banned right after that. And it all felt very like much with meaning. It was because I had such a hard time focusing on the things that I loved to do because I was on my phone all the time. And it just like, especially when you're on TikTok, like I know from like school too, from a psychological level, if you are watch video, it's like dopamine. And it actually can cause ADHD symptoms in people who don't even have ADHD. And that's where the devil card, that's why that came up. If you haven't gotten a reading before, don't forget about the devil card. It's not a scary card. All it means is that this is showing me that there's a lot of intrusive thoughts, obsessive thoughts, and also addictions. And the addiction to your phone sounds like one of them. I gaze out a lot. Like, yeah, that's like dissociating when you're just like, or have you ever like been driving and then all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I'm here. How did I get here? That's disassociating, but we will often do that intentionally without even like do it intentionally from like a subconscious level. My old therapist told me that years ago when I told her what I was doing. She's like, what do you usually do when you're at home? Like, honestly, be honest. I was like, I'm on my phone a lot. And I'm usually on my phone while I'm watching TV and doing that. She's like, you are quite literally like self-inducing a bunch of disassociating so you don't have to hear what's going on in here. I have a lot of resources that I'm excited to share with you because I know I can feel to the anxiety and just the overall headspace that you're in. You probably have like some sort of sleep issues as well. Because with the Five of Cups, and I got the Five of Cups with the other deck. Yes, look. These are all, and I like that in this card, you can see it's almost like this like puzzle of the mind. And then with these cards, it's these broken glasses. So for you, you have been lighting, there are things you have done. This is not at all to say you have not been doing any work on healing yourself. That's what the light up of these two cups are kind of like signifying to me. And then these three broken ones, there are three major traumatic events that are affecting the way that you live your life now. And your subconscious mind is still heavily looking in the past, heavily living in the past, which is why in this moment, you can't even begin, and because you're on your phone a lot, you can't even begin to think of what it is that you want to do with your life and the mark that you want to make. But I can tell you right now that it is going to come from the healing work that you are doing and that you are going to start doing in the coming months. Like right now, you kind of feel like your dreams are so far out of grasp because you can't even think of what they are. But all of this healing work and these resources that I'm going to give you are really going to help you connect to yourself in a way that isn't terrifying. Because trust me, I know. I know that's why you're on your phone. I know that's why you, don't like being alone. And I know that's where those anxieties, I was in an I've been in 2 abusive relationships. I can tell you right now that I know exactly, I mean, not to a T because we've all had different lives, but I know the exact energy that you're in right now. And your guides are trying to help you be more balanced so that the first thing that you're going to work on too is self-soothing, okay? Because when you can self-soothe, it is a game changer. Most adults that are like boomer age don't know how to self-soothe, which is why they on my bed sleeping the whole day and on my days off and after work. Yeah. So it's kind of like this undertone of depression, but you're like, I feel like that there's a lot of times where you're like, God, I want to get up and I want to go do that. Like I'm seeing you like seeing people on like hikes, nature hikes, doing stuff. You're like, I want to do stuff like that, but I don't want to get up. That's okay. Also, I'm hearing like give yourself more grace and know that like the things that you went through, especially as a kid and a young adult, once those wounds start to they don't even have to be, I mean, we're never completely healed, okay? Like healing is not linear. But once those wounds start getting the attention that they are begging for, things are just going to be like boop, 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 and it's going to line up and it's going to make sense. As of right now, I feel like it's all this big cluster ball of chaos in your head. And you're like, how can I even organize all this? Because I don't even know what's going on in here half the time. And you don't know what's going on in there half the time because you have been intentionally disassociating with your phone, laying down, like trying to ignore and shove down the uncomfortable feelings one after another after another. There are ways, though, to work through these things so that it doesn't have to be this big, scary, almost traumatizing type feeling. Because a lot of people, like, they avoid the healing journey because they're like, I don't want to go through that shit again. You don't have to go through it again. And you don't have to go through it in a scary way. That is why I got into this line of work. I don't know if you were here for the start of the video, but I was at a point after my abusive relationship back in 2013 where I was on so much medication. I was depressed. And I've had other times in my life where I have gone back to a very similar energy. But it wasn't until I decided enough was enough. And then I found natural medicine. And then I found spirituality on top of that. And then years later, I was like running an Airbnb and I noticed everyone that came to me, I helped them work through something emotionally, spiritually, or otherwise. There was always a reason that they were there other than simply to stay the night on my property. And that's when it hit me. I want to help people in their healing journey. And it was so loud and it was so like, oh my God. So in the meantime, I just found a job that I could do that didn't completely burn me out. And I started cleaning my own cleaning business because I knew eventually I wanted to be an entrepreneur of some sort. So I started doing house cleaning part-time because you can make pretty good money doing that. It also helped me be more active. So these are just some ideas I'm giving you because I feel like giving you some ideas of, and also showing you how things went for me. I started with, okay, I'm going to do this house cleaning business and then eventually I'll figure it out. And then I did. Then I ran Airbnb and then it was boom. Oh my God. Like the floodgates open and I'm like, this is what I want to do. This is going to fill my cup because there's nothing that we have to do. That is our like purpose. You have to do this in your life, but there is your like divine path that is something where you step into it and you light up and you know that this fills my cup and now I can fill other people's cups because my cup is full. That's what this kind of work is for me. And that's how I got to that point. So it wasn't like one day I was just like, it'd be cool. It will come to you. And that's why I'm saying stop looking for it and start focusing on you, balancing yourself out. This is quite literally usually about balance. And then this is the card I've been using a lot for you really focusing on balancing out your divine feminine, divine masculine energy is going to serve you very well too. And pretty soon you aren't going to feel like you're just looking out in the universe, watching everyone else. I feel like you also compare yourself a lot to what other people are doing. And then you look at the past too, and you're like, what happened here? And why can I not be in this like beautiful, like, look at this energy, look at those people. Remember, shit's hard for everyone too. But there are those of us who have gone through the things we've gone through so we can like put our hand out and help those of you that have gone through something very similar. There's no coincidences. There's no coincidence that you came on this live and that you came on this live when you did. And the cycle is ending soon where you don't put your needs last anymore. Okay. And like the change is coming in. There's going to be something with travel too that is going to have a lot to do with, look, oh my goodness, it said 30333. That is going to have to do with work. And that has come up twice because I got the Chariot. I got actually 3 times. I got the Wheel of Fortune and the World, and then the Ace of Wands. And then with the Page of Wands too. First, we're going to start with, I'm going to send you the information on healing your wounded inner child. And then your wounded young adult. And you're going to see once you go through that stuff, like why. And I promise it's not going to be overwhelming. I won't send you a crazy amount of shit and be like, all right, here you go, figure it out. I know the energy you're in, and this, like, I don't want to say excites me because I know the energy you're in, it sucks. It's hard. But it excites me because this reminds me why I do what I do. Because there's so many commonalities that I can already tell from your story to mine. I'm going to pull a couple oracles for you real quick, too. So, root chakra. You are starting out. I don't know what that person said. You are starting out quite literally like the base. With the chakras, the root is at the bottom. So grounding your energy, spending more time outside. I'm going to send you my blog that I wrote about why grounding your energy is so important and how honestly just going outside, like going outside in nature for 10 minutes a day can drastically change your mood and your energy. Just you got to leave your phone inside or put it on airplane mode if you want to take pictures or something, because you are in complete overstimulation mode. There's no way you're going to get any messages from the universe when you're as overstimulated as you are. And please don't beat yourself up over that. There's so many people in that energy, and it's because we have these little rectangles, I don't even know where my phone is, at our disposal at all times. And they're really good for distracting, but they're really bad for our mental health when we use them. And anything in excess is not good for your mental health. And then the masculine and feminine within, sexuality and dawn, you are receiving healing now. So what did I say? Divine feminine, divine masculine energy. That is where you're going to, like, starting with that and your sacral chakra. So this is all on point with what we were talking about with the tarot reading. And then Krishna, love. Open your heart to the divine love that is present. Oh my God. And wasn't it you that I did the pendulum reading for earlier? And you asked about being able to have kids, or was it someone else? Because a lot of times we aren't, I think that was you. Yes. A lot of times, okay, listen to this craziness. I don't know if I was necessarily misdiagnosed or if it was that I had such a wounded sacral chakra because of the sexual trauma I went through that I actually healed that. I don't know. I could have healed it through the work that I've done, because they told me when I was 14, you have so many cysts on your ovaries. You might even need to get them taken out. Like, you probably aren't going to be able to have kids. I started on this healing journey, and I'm not shitting you. Like, you can ask my ex. I mean, I don't really want to reach out to him, but I'm just saying, like, he knew what it was like when we got together. He's the one that I got pregnant with. And then I had the early miscarriage. I had the early miscarriage as a very, very big blessing in disguise because of who he is. But that was when I then went in to get the ultrasound, get my organs checked out. Because I was just like, I've been told that my ovaries are awful, and same with my uterus, like probably not going to have kids. They were like, it's fine. Your uterus is perfect. Your ovaries are great. And I was like, excuse me, what now? And then, so I got off birth control altogether because I also was told that that can, like, fuck up your hormones. But that could be why you were told it might not be a possibility. When we go through sexual trauma, it can affect our sacral chakra, and it can affect our reproductive health. And I know that sounds crazy, but I promise you, I've seen crazier shit. And the fact that that was what you asked and this stuff is coming up definitely aligns with that. And that's why I'm saying the path of your life with the path of mine, like the similarities is just like uncanny to me. You also got water goddess, and then if you're a Cancer, in the flow, our true nature embodies the ebb and flow of life's pleasures, and then you got open your heart to the divine love that is present. So starting with self-love, okay, and then these are things I'm actually gonna add to the stuff, the resources that I want you to look over, because these are more like personal things that I'll I'd rather like write this out and send you a message on it. And if you want to send me your email address, I can send you the information there, or I can send it to you on I'm gonna pull 3 more of these. Send it to you on Instagram itself if you want that. That's fine too. So just real quick to close things off. Third eye. So your third eye is what helps you with your intuition as well. And with all the clair abilities, clairaudience, clairvoyance, I feel like you have a lot of abilities that you don't even know about because they are blocked. I mean, a lot of your chakras are blocked, and that's okay. Mine were all over the fucking place when I started in the healing journey. And then you got wolf, communication. Notice your ability to convey ideas through words and expression. There's something with writing, and I just saw 311111 on the live amount time. There's something with writing or artwork of some sort. I don't know if you're a painter, even if you don't consider yourself a painter, doing something around art is going to help you get the thoughts out. Also, just journaling in general is going to help you a lot because I can tell there is just a cluster of thoughts on repeat, like over and over every day. I feel like it's like you feel like you have 1,000 tabs open, and that's why you don't like being alone. That's why you're on your phone, is to block out all the noise that's in your head. I know there's nothing wrong with you, and there is a way out of that. Open the doorway to your heart and discover treasure within. And that definitely aligns with the other one about love. So the main focus for you, this is how the timeline is kind of going to go. It's going to go self-love and working through these traumas. I have a hard time using words to express myself when I speak. Yeah, and that is tied a lot to the traumas that you've gone through and probably also your upbringing. So your throat chakra too, that's why I'm saying all of your chakras are going to need some tending to. But that's why doing something creative is going to help you a lot. A lot. Like doing something with, I think first and foremost, writing is really important. Like writing the letter as those, because there's 3 big traumas coming up for you that I'm feeling, and I won't like say them all on here, but those versions of you that have gone through the sexual trauma, and then I don't know if it's up with your upbringing, other stuff, trauma tied to that, and then the abusive relationship. Those 3 traumas, right as the you then, the you now. But my partner knows that writing to him in a notebook together helps me. He's sitting next to me when I cannot speak to him. Good. So tap more into that and use the letters, because I used to be the same way. I had a really hard time, especially with confrontation with people, expressing how I felt. So I used to write everything down to my like partners that I was with, and they'd be like, "Why don't you just tell me?" Like some of them they understood it. They're like, "Why do you have to write it out?" May you donate, please? Yeah, donate to what? Because I have a couple things I'm actually raising money for. The nonprofit in my bio, if you are wanting to send money for that, let me know. Or if you're wanting to send money to me, or if you are wanting to send money. So I'm starting a fund eventually, you guys, where people who can't afford to get readings and people who can't afford to get naturopathic wellness sessions, I will have a fund where people can donate to that. And then I will pick someone. Oh, you did? Okay. For what? Did you want a reading or? I'm still finishing up real quick on this reading with Alexandra. Where is my phone? Oh, there we go. Oh, you just have a question. Okay, give me 1 second and then I'll come back to you. So yeah, Alexandra, I'll send you the resources on all of that. And then also for some form of art therapy is going to help you a lot. And then the writing prompts. So I will send you the writing prompts. And all of this is going to help you find that thing, okay? All of this is going to help you find that. So please send me a message on Instagram, Alexandra, and then I will send you these resources. And there's a documentary that I want you to watch that is going to help you so much with understanding this like heart wall that you're experiencing, okay? So so just let me know, send me a message on Instagram, Alexandra, and then I will send you the resources on there, okay? You're welcome. Thank you for letting me tap into your energy. And I'm really excited to send you all this because I know the energy you're feeling. I know the energy that you're in, and I don't believe in any coincidences. And I'm really glad that you came on my live tonight because I'm excited to help you with this stuff. Like, this is exactly why I got into this kind of work. So I'm excited. So yeah, send me a message, and then I will send you all of that over. Okay, Katie, did you want to do pendulum, like yes or no question, or did you want to do? Okay, I'll use my pendulum, and then I'll pull a couple cards. Does Jordan? Okay. I usually don't do yes or no on my cards, just so you know. But yes. Does Jordan? It's so hard for me to do yes or no because I'm seeing so much more in this. Okay. That is a high possibility, but I need to warn you right now that is, and I'm going to use the pendulum real quick to confirm for myself. Yes or no? Tell me, is it a trauma bond? Yeah. It is a trauma bond. What I'm telling, okay. Does Jordan want to get back with you? Yes or no? The pendulum says right now is a no, but that doesn't necessarily mean that won't change. But what I'm telling you, because there is a way with the way there's so many timelines. So let me explain this because it's really important. This is why I usually don't do yes or no questions, especially pertaining to love. This is saying no, but it is saying no because I'll show you. Yes is show me yes. So yes is back and forth. No is a circle. So show me no. Okay. So when I asked, does Jordan want to have a relationship in the new year with Katie? So not in the new year. That doesn't mean it wouldn't happen down the line, but I need to warn you right now, if you push for this is a trauma bond, okay? There are ways you could manipulate things or change the course of things, trying to play it cool or whatever it is, but just know that it is a trauma bond. You also got the Tower card. So you need to let the past be in the past. There's a reason that relationship ended. It doesn't mean down the line that you guys might not end up together. But right now, this is honestly, if I'm being just fully transparent, there's a lot of unseen problems, and this is for the best. There is some codependency I'm feeling here, and the universe is just really wanting you to take this for what it is. The clarity from this reading too, so you can start filling up your own cup, because you have invested so much into that relationship. I feel like you poured your entire self into it, and you kind of lost yourself in that, to the point where you can't think about any, like, it's you aren't seeing a future without this person that feels like it's going to be happy. But there's so much on the horizon for you. There is a divine union in the future for you, but the only way that and I know I'm going over the $10 for this, but this is why I have such a hard time, especially with love readings, just saying yes or no. But this is why I'm going to just do this the way that feels right for me. It is a no, but also it is you're blessed that it ended, okay? And I know it does not feel that way right now. I know it's a gut punch. I know you feel physically ill. I know this really, really, really has affected you. You really don't want this to end. But I want you to know that what you see in this person, it doesn't feel like what? What you see in this person, it's almost like you have projected this ideal thing. Like, I feel like what I'm seeing is once you take a step back, I know it doesn't feel like that. Trust me, I know. I have been through several relationships where when they end, when I'm in love, I'm in love and I fall hard. But right now, like, you won't see it right now. But the timeline, I guess I'll ask this. In a month, is Katie going to see this as a blessing? Maybe. In a month or 2 months, is Katie going to see this as a blessing? Yes. So within 2 months, okay, 2 months. You only got 2 months to get through. And that doesn't mean just like, the reason this is coming up, the reason you came on here with me, because I am not like any other reader that would have just been like, okay, yes or no, moving on. I feel it very important to tell you that the reason this ended is the universe heard things, saw things, and just saw things, heard things, and felt things that you didn't hear or see. And you are going to have so much abundance coming towards you soon. Things are going to start to balance out. You're going to find who you are without the relationship, and it's going to feel, it'll be the blessing in disguise type. Like eventually you'll be like, there we go. Now I see why it was a blessing. And I know it doesn't feel like it right now. That's not to invalidate your feelings. Just know I'm sending you so much love and strength to get through this. And you are backed up by the universe right now. And if you're feeling especially lonely, just ask for your spirit guides and your ancestors to make their presence known, okay? Because they will. They'll come around you. They'll, I know it doesn't feel the same. It's going to feel silly at first if you haven't done it before either, but you're going to be okay. I promise, okay? Breakups are never easy. And I know it does not feel like a blessing. Even if the person is extremely toxic, it can just feel like a gut punch. But yeah, you're welcome. I talk a lot about healing on my Instagram too, and I have other videos on it. Pretty awesome community of people. It's kind of late right now, so a lot of them aren't on here anymore, but I thought maybe if I let him go, then he will come back. Well, I'm going to bring you outside with me because I want to have a cigarette. Yes, that can happen, but at the same time, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said it could happen, but just know you don't want that. And by the time he will come back, if he does, you won't want him. And I know you're probably thinking, no, you don't get it. Like no, trust me. By the time he comes back, you're going to, like, all of this energy that you're pouring into him, all of this love, all of this, like, heart and soul that you're giving to him, if you start pouring that energy into yourself, and trust me, I am a hopeless romantic. It was so freaking hard. My first breakup, like my first heartbreak, I didn't get over him for like half a year. Granted, I was like 18 years old. And then my second one, even though I broke up with him, I didn't get over that. And I still had a hard time even thinking about dating people for like 2 months. And there were times I was like, oh God, did I make a mistake? But I'm telling you, I just had a nick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if my smoking is affecting you. I'll put that out just a little bit. But, okay. If ever you're in the middle of a panic attack too, if you put ice on your vagus nerve is right here in between like your breasts and on your breastbone. If you're having a panic attack, it works so good. Takes a minute, but it works. But anyway, I was a hopeless romantic. I also used to be a very codependent person, so I had a very hard time being single. Now, I kind of went the whole other way, the whole opposite side of things, where now being in a relationship scares the shit out of me. I never thought I would get to a point where I would prefer being alone than the thought of being with someone. Now that feeling has started to subside. But I think I really did have to get to that point first where I felt happy, truly happy alone. I would take myself on dates. I would go on hikes by myself. I would take myself out to dinner, take myself to get coffee, take myself to do things that I wanted my exes to do that. Quite frankly, none of them ever did anyway. So me being hung up on these guys and girls who didn't do anything that I wanted anyway, like anything that was a part of my love language anyway, it made me really realize once I started to have a real relationship with myself where I love myself, that I was, what's the word, accepting the bare minimum. And half of the reason you are so infatuated with this person is because you have projected onto them things about yourself. So really, a lot of times we're in love with an illusion of a person that we created in our head with the idea of love that comes just from within inside of us. So once you really start loving who you are, loving yourself, the self-love. Like I just got out of a really messed up relationship a few months ago and I was over him immediately. The moment I knew the relationship wasn't good for me was the moment my feelings were gone. And it took, I was 17 the first time I had a really bad heartbreak. And I am 33 now. It took me until I was probably 31 to get to a place where every time I ended a relationship, it didn't feel like, oh God, I have to go through all of these really long, hard steps, like, or doubt of like, was I supposed to be with that person? Was I not supposed to be with that person? I don't have those thoughts anymore. Now I know whether it's romantic or friendships, if it's over, it's meant to be over. Now, whether you guys end up together someday or not is kind of irrelevant right now. It might happen sometime. Our relationship feels like he also loves me. So what was the reasoning for you? What was the reasoning for it ending? Like, did he end it or did you end it? Because you said you let him go. You're 31. Like, how long was the relationship? I'm feeling love. When I did the reading, that's why it was... Okay. Then that means he's an anxious attachment style and you are... Wait. He's an avoidant attachment style and you are anxious attachment. If a relationship stresses him out, then that means emotionally, you are anxious, he's avoidant. The reason we end up in these trauma bonds, because that's what that is. If he's an avoidant attachment, which that's what that would be. I've been with avoidant attachments most of my life. Being in relationships stress them out because what it is he does not have the emotional maturity to feel safe in a relationship because he doesn't even really know how to commit. And if someone doesn't know how to commit, then they too have, like, you might feel like, oh, he's so confident, like has so much more confidence than me because you're the anxious attachment. They're usually just as, if not more, negative when it comes to having what's the word, like shitty talk in their head, like, I'll give you an example. There was this guy and I was hung up on him for years. We only dated for a couple months and then we stayed friends. And I thought someday we would end up together. Like, he must be my divine counterpart. But I held on to that relationship, the idea of that relationship, for so long. Ooh, I almost knocked my coffee over. That I don't want to say I wasted time, because I don't think that we waste any time either. But I exerted a lot of energy mentally and emotionally on this person. But he wasn't, and he still isn't, emotionally mature enough to be in a committed relationship. And it took me until last year to basically get the balls to say, oh yeah, no worries. So this is why I don't like doing yes or no, and I'm glad that you're listening to this too. He didn't have the emotional maturity, and he still doesn't. I still don't see it in him to be in a committed relationship. So after him and I split up, he just spent, I thought, how did he move on so quickly? He didn't. He even told me at one point, because like I said, we stayed in contact for years. He was distracting himself with relationships that just distracted him from the real, true, raw feelings of like a very like from an emotionally, I'm a very emotional person and I express my emotions. Yeah, I know at one point, or at least he thought he did, but that was something for a while, because I thought I did too. I mean, this is the thing though. Love isn't always enough. I've been in relationships with very abusive people who loved me, but just because they loved me didn't mean that the relationship was right. I'm not saying that he's an abusive person, the guy that you just broke up with. But that other guy, yes. Now, do I think, but love isn't enough, because they can love you with their whole heart, but if they don't love themselves, which that's the issue here. When people have avoidant attachment styles, and same with anxious attachment, they aren't loving themselves enough. They don't have enough confidence in themselves. They don't feel comfortable enough on their own. And so that manifests as either avoidant or anxious attachment style. Now, why are some of us anxious and some of us avoidant? It has to do with either past relationship trauma or our upbringing. So he can love you all day long, but is that enough for a relationship? No. And I think what will help you get these thoughts out on paper and really like ask yourself, what about this relationship makes me feel like it was a good fit for me? And what about it? And be honest with yourself. Like, make a list, like almost like a pros and cons, so you can see it in front of you. Because when I did this with him, I saw very clearly, because him and I were doing this dance for years. And I saw very clearly one day when I just finally wrote it all out. Okay, like, yes, he might have this love for me and all of this, and like say all these right things at the right time. But am I being shown that regularly? No. Do I feel emotionally safe? No. Do I feel safe in the relationship? Like if we were to continue it or start it back up again? No, I did not. I didn't feel safe in it at all. It will, see, that's the thing. If he's not mentally accepting it, all I have to say is with the pendulum and with what I picked up on now, the way he is, he if it would have continued, it would have started to turn into resentment towards you because he is not in a place where he loves himself. If he loved himself, and if everything else that he's saying was true about him loving you, wanting to be with you, and all of that, if he loved himself enough, you guys would be together. But the fact of the matter is that he doesn't. We can only love others as much as we love ourselves. And I had an ex who would always tell me that he loved me so much and he wanted the best for me. He didn't give a shit about himself. And I was like very aware by that point that that is a red flag. Most people would be like, "Oh my god, that's so sweet. Like he wants the best for me. He loves me so much. Like he doesn't even care about himself." Like that to me, I even called him out on it. I was like, "If you only are doing things because of your love for me and not because of the love for yourself first, because we always need to be taking care of ourselves first. No one is coming to save us. No one can love us. Like we teach others how to love us as well through how we love ourselves." So, it's really hard, but yes, I would say stop hoping because here's the thing too. Because what's happening too, he might have loved you in all those ways and made you felt safe and made you feel good. It was eventually, if like you were to continue on with this, he would have started resenting you. It would have started to get more tumultuous. You guys probably would have fought a lot because he would have just been taking it out on you. Like if we were in the 50s where people like didn't end their relationships and just stayed together forever and ever, this would probably be one of those relationships where he resents you because he didn't want to be in a relationship and felt like he had to because he loved you, but he didn't know how to love himself enough to fully commit to the relationship. Does that make sense? Like once you start letting go of the hope for that, you will start to see the other red flags because the relationship is so freshly over. Like it's over. This is so fresh. All of these wounds are so fresh that there are going to be, I'm going to take my overalls off. I'm wearing sweatpants underneath. So one second. Um, this relationship is so freshly over that there are so many things right now that like you don't see yet. And I promise you, within the coming weeks and months, you are going to start seeing all of the reasons why, all of the other reasons why this wasn't going to continue on, all the other reasons why this needed to stop. What happened for me with that partner that I was talking about, I missed so many red flags until I called things off and said, I'll even read to you what part of what I wrote. I said, I won't read all of it. This was literally because I have a hard time. I've had a hard time speaking up for myself most of my life. And me saying this to him and finally calling things off and being like, no more games, I can't do this, was huge. So I said, I've been thinking and I want to say something. First, I want to ask what it is about me. What is it about me? And what is the reasoning for this type of relationship. You can be brave too. I sometimes I don't feel that brave. It was hard. This took me 2 years to say this though. So that's why whenever I have like love messages or readings come up for people, I am so adamant about not just doing yes or no. Like I really want people, especially because I know usually when people have love questions, it's because they're yearning for the partner who is no longer checked into the relationship. So I said, I would like to know what it is about me that you like love about me and all of that. He said, I am not prepared to have this conversation. So I said, okay, well, I'm going to say what I feel like saying anyway. And I was literally shaking as I sent this. But this was years of me writing on my Word document what I was going to say. So I said, I've been thinking, I have catered to your time frames long enough. You can read this or not, I don't care, but I need to just get this out. Ever since I started dating myself, which that was one of the things. I started dating myself and I said, I don't want to be with anyone right now. And he didn't respect that. To me, that showed me, boom, red flag. Like the moment I pulled away from being romantic with him, I saw all the red flags. You are not emotionally safe for me. I thought he was because when I first met him, I told him all of these very deep things. He picked me up, he hugged me. I felt so safe. But really, when I looked back, once I cut the romance from the relationship, I saw all of the rest of the safety that I felt from him was actually a projection of me onto him. It was nothing really that he was doing that made me feel safe. It was all me. I was giving him way too much credit. I didn't say any of that in this, but I said, I want to address some things. You and I are not in the same place in life in many ways, and that's not just a one type is better than the other thing. Just not the same wavelength, same priorities, or at least priorities that are important to me in ways that are very, very important to me. Emotionally, you cannot give me what I want and want right now, and I need to come to terms with right now is all there is. Because that's what you need to ask yourself. Right now, is this really what is best for me? Because that's all there is. There's no yesterday. There's no tomorrow. All there is right now. And I was like, this is not a jab at you. It's just an observation. So as of now, which now is all there is, this isn't going to work. At least not right now. Could it possibly work in the future? I have no idea, but I need to let go of the idea of that, or else I am going to keep hurting myself. This is a boundary I need to set for myself. I need to say, this is done, therefore it's done. That's it. Because if I keep thinking, okay, we've been done, there's still a possibility we'll get back together. I have been stuck under your hook for the last 3 years, and it feels like you have your fishing poles out everywhere else trying to catch the right one, and I'm your backup because you can't commit to me fully, and you say that you aren't ready for a relationship, but then you have your casting poles out and you're on Tinder and you're doing all these other things, which I didn't notice those things at first. I didn't notice them until I asked him. I asked him the hard questions. Are you on Tinder as you're talking to me? Yes. But it's not like that. Don't worry, blah, blah, blah. It sucked, but I had to go through all of this. And then I said, I need to just be done because I am done pretending that the feelings don't exist. And I'm not trying to pretend that, but I can't shove the feelings in a box when I feel like it, like you do. To me, that means you are emotionally immature. And I need someone who is emotionally mature because I'm a very emotional person. All of our synchronicities, the way I feel when I'm with you, I can't deny that. And I have had literal dreams about you. But I feel like I am on your hook while you're out there casting other fishing poles, waiting for the big one. And I don't like that feeling. I deserve better. And I know I do. I hope you find what you're looking for. I really do. But I don't think it's me. Could it be someday? I don't know. But who cares? Because that's not what's happening right now. And I'm going to separate myself from you. I can't talk to you for a while because it makes it hard to talk to you because I still want to be with you. And the only way I'm going to get over you is if I don't talk to you anymore. I can't give you a date on when that might change or if that ever changes, / if I ever feel ready. So it took me years to get the balls for me to say that. He says he wants casual but not commitment. What the fuck does that mean? That means that he is not emotionally mature enough to be in a committed relationship because he doesn't even know what the fuck he wants. But he doesn't know what he wants because he doesn't know who he is. If he knew who he was, and if he had self-love, and if he had emotional maturity, and if he had, because they're distracting themselves and they don't feel good about themselves. And it's boosting their ego to be on those dating sites. These men and women and non-binary people, whoever that are this way, the reason they're on the dating sites, the reason they just want casual and they can't commit is because they can't even commit to themselves and they don't feel good about themselves. And so getting validation from other people, especially people that you don't know for sure love you, like you loving him or me loving him, isn't going to ever be enough because they don't love themselves enough. That's why. It has nothing to do with you, and it has everything to do with him. You should read the book, The Four Agreements, and then also, oh God, what's the other one? Send me a message on Instagram and I'll send you some resources because I know the feeling that you're feeling. And well, there you go. It's a sign. See, so he's working on self-discovery. But just because he told you that book doesn't mean that that's a sign that he's the one either. I knew a narcissist who told people to read that book. So it doesn't really mean, but I would say read that book. So that's a sign. But yeah, if he just wants casual and he can't commit and he's kind of dragging you along, which is what it seems like this has been, especially if he's still talking to you, it's because he knows that you're on his hook. So he has you on his hook while he's out there casting other fishing poles. That is not fair to you. So you have a decision of, do I continue to be this person's backup plan? Because I'm sorry, but that's what it is. And it took me 2 years to figure that out with this one dude, that I was just his backup plan. And it fucking sucks. But you are worth more than that. You are going to find someone who doesn't look at you like a backup plan. You're going to find someone who values you. So much so that they'll want to commit. No, he isn't dragging. Okay. Well, but if he's also saying he wants things casual, to me that means he's still trying to keep the doorway, like he ended things, but are you guys still doing things that are couple like? Because if you are, and if that starts to happen, be mindful of that because you don't want to be a backup plan. But if he is genuinely trying to find himself, he wouldn't be on dating apps. Okay, good. You stopped. If he was genuinely trying to find himself, I went on a whole explorational thing, and I can tell you dating was the last thing on my mind once I got to that point in my life where I was actually trying to find who I was outside of relationships or like romantic or otherwise. But yeah, if that's what he's saying, and he's saying he's going to find himself, then let him go. And I know it's going to be hard, but it's going to be the best thing for you. And if let's say someday, who knows? It might be in the cards where you guys end up together, but I'm promising you, if you have that mentality of, I'm going to do this because someday maybe we might end up back together, you're going to miss out on a lot of, like, if you actually take this time to love yourself, to date yourself, to pour into yourself as much as you poured into him, and to give yourself the safety and security, because that's another thing. We shouldn't feel safe because of someone else. That is something that comes from within, like true safety and true love and true happiness. So it doesn't mean they don't. It doesn't mean no. It doesn't mean they don't truly love us. What it means is they don't love themselves enough to even begin to know how to love us properly. They, like, someone can be madly in love with you and hate themselves. Therefore, the relationship will never work. They can be madly in love with us, madly in love. But if they don't love themselves, then the relationship is going to fail. We can only meet others at the point in which we love ourselves. So if we don't love ourselves, which these guys, these people that are in this avoidant attachment, they should teach this in elementary school. They should teach a lot of things in elementary and junior high that they don't. They should teach people about different types of child, because I can tell you right now that all of this stuff started for him probably in his childhood, just like your anxious attachment style probably started in your childhood. For me, very strict, I was adopted, but I had very strict Christian parents who hovered over me constantly. And I was never making the right decisions. I was always bad kid. And so I didn't feel like I could speak up for myself. I had and I had abandonment issues. So I had very anxious attachment style because I was adopted. But some of the things that, with those guys, they go through something very similar. But the difference is it's either there's something, because I actually had someone ask me the other day that I was helping out with spiritual, my spiritual guidance sessions. And he used to be an abuser. And he asked me, why did you and I go through such similar childhoods and you turned into someone that continuously and ended up getting hurt by people and you became this really good person? Why did I turn into a really bad person? Now, I don't believe in good and bad, but it's like, why you chose to be an abuse, someone who's on the cycle of abuse, is because there was something different in their childhood. But one thing I noticed too is the difference between girls growing up and boys growing up with certain types of abuse, and whether it's the mother or the father makes a big difference as well. And then what kind of trauma it was, all of these different things come into play that result in why we have the certain trauma responses we have. So for him, he has his certain trauma responses because of either which family member or family members it was, also because he is a boy or a man, not a boy, because he's a man and because it happened when he was a boy, and also the nature of the trauma. So there are many different factors that come into play as to why some of us end up being avoidant attachment and why some of us end up being anxious attachment styles. But they all stem back to childhood trauma. I mean, think about it this way. I haven't fully turned around. I'm still doing the work. For me, I haven't really started loving myself until recently. I actually ended up in a really fucked up relationship a couple months ago because I was so much still in my anxious attachment style, because being in an anxious attachment style isn't healthy either. I am no longer in an anxious attachment style. That took a lot of work too. Um, it's just, what kind of trauma are we dealing with? So they are on the path they're on because theirs has to do with avoiding their emotions. We're on the path we're on because ours had to do with feeling very intense emotions very strongly. And then also probably um it just has to do with whether it's wounded masculine energy or wounded feminine energy, which has nothing to do with gender. I have friends that are women who are very much in the avoidant attachment energy. And that is because they have more trauma with their moms, whereas I have more trauma with my dad. I mean, there's obviously other reasons behind that too, but we know that, at least for my friend and I, that is why our trauma looks different, but we had very similar childhoods. It was just different parents that did it. You could even have a father who has a more feminine energy, and that could create it as well. Um, and then also for men, it is a lot less common for men to say, "Hey, I need help. Like, I need help working through my emotions. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why I have such a hard time with committing to someone." They would rather sit there and be miserable for years and years and years and years and years because they know something is, I don't want to say wrong with them, but they know they have trauma and they know that's why they can't commit. Whether it's subconsciously or consciously, they know that. They know that. That's also why he made the decision that he needs to go figure out himself. I know, I feel the same way about the guy I was telling you about. I hope he figures himself out, because what it really is he has a wounded inner child. And just like we do, but it just manifests in a completely different way, like literally the polar opposite way from how we experience it. And that is because they have a harder time, especially when it comes to the emotional side of healing, with looking in the mirror and saying, what role do I play in my suffering? Because once you figure that out, that one question right there, what role do I play in my suffering? Like, if you're someone like me who repeatedly got into really toxic relationships, like, I had to eventually one day sit and look in the mirror and say, okay, what the fuck is my role in my suffering? Because why do I keep attracting these very avoidant men, or these men who need a mommy and want me to take care of them? And it was because I didn't have boundaries. I didn't know how to speak up for myself and what it is that I really wanted. Um, and yeah, I mean, those two things mostly: boundaries and not speaking up for myself, and caring more about other people being comfortable over myself. I stay around people that aren't good just to be around people. I used to as well. And I'm telling you right now, if you're on, I don't know if you follow my Instagram, but I talk a lot about all of this stuff on there. I went through my awakening for my like healing spiritual journey in 2017 was when it all really hit me. And said I should be around people that welcome me for me. Yes, but it's okay. You don't need to beat yourself up about it right now. Eventually you'll get there. And you know what it's going to take? It's going to take self-love. So that's why I'm saying right now, it might not feel like a blessing because it hurts, but this is the blessing in disguise. And if you look at my older, actually, I think I even talked about it yesterday on my Instagram. I talked about this very subject, actually, about how, what was it that I was going to say? Oh God, what was it saying? Being around people that aren't good for me. I don't know what I was going to say, but I guess maybe I'll get back there if I continue on with this thought. I actually just did a reading for someone who also said, she's like, I don't like being alone. And she always has to be on her phone. Now that is because of self-love. If we don't love ourselves, and if we have trauma too, it's about trauma as well. So depending on the type of trauma that we have, I got divorced and woke up. Self-love real quick. I got divorced too. So the self-love thing though, there is still an aspect of self-love. Oh, okay. Woke up to self-love. There is still an aspect of loving yourself enough that you're not quite at yet. And that's okay. I'm not there all the way either. It's a process, you know? I don't want to say there's different levels of self-love because I don't like putting the notion out there that someone is above someone or below someone, but it is a process. It's a journey. The self-love journey is a process. You are going to eventually get to the point where you love yourself so much that you are able to say the boundaries that make your voice shake. Like, I honestly didn't get to the point. I still struggle with speaking up for myself and surrounding myself with people who, you know, I just hang out with them because I feel too uncomfortable to tell them that I don't want to hang out with them. Or because I didn't want to be alone. It wasn't until the last year, honestly, that and honestly, mostly the last couple months, where I can honestly say, I love being alone and I would rather be alone and be honest with someone about how I'm feeling than say something just for the mere fact of comfort. Because a lot of these things that we do, like hanging out with people that we know aren't uplifting us or getting into relationships that we know aren't uplifting us, is because there's still an aspect of self-love that is missing. Yeah, I agree, because I wouldn't want the person that doesn't want me. Yeah. And right now is all there is too. And so this will help you with getting over this easier. The part of this where I can see this is really hard for you to let go of him is because you know that he loves you. But reminding yourself that he can't give you what you deserve. And you need to love yourself so much so that even if he were to come back to you right now, when you know he doesn't love himself enough, you are strong enough to say no. Because you, like I sent that message to that one guy, I basically said to him, the only way this would ever work is if you were able to give me emotionally what I know I deserve. Because that's what it is. It's you. And that is a part of the self-love, saying, I don't want this relationship, even if I even said to my friend, I was like, the other day, I was like, the reason I know I'm getting there further in the self-love journey is because if he were to come up to me today in person and show up at my house and profess his love to me and tell me he wants to be with me, I can tell just from what I've seen on social media, and our few conversations that we have had in the last little while, because we just recently started talking again, that he is not at a place where I feel like it would be a good relationship for me or a good match for me. Was that really hard to come to that realization? Yeah, especially because I spent years thinking that this person was my divine counterpart, or what some people call their twin flame. Now, I don't agree with the whole twin flame journey narrative that our souls are split in half, but I think the journey that they talk about, the twin flame journey, what all that really is about us coming back to ourselves, and it's a self-love journey. The twin flame journey actually has nothing to do with anyone else. It has to do with us. And then at that point, when you are so strong in your self-love and you are so strong in your, like, to the point where you can say no to people that you don't want to hang out with. You can say no to people that you know aren't good for you. You can say no to situations that you know aren't good for you. Then you do reach a certain point where you're like, no, you just know. I love myself enough that I won't put up with this, 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 and this. And then you will attract that divine counterpart that will give you everything, all of the amazing feelings that you just felt with Jordan and more. Like all of the feelings and then some. Like things that you didn't even realize that you wanted. Because since I let that person go, I have discovered so many other things. I promise you will. I know it doesn't feel like that right now because it just ended. So I know that no matter what I say, there's still going to be a part of you that feels like there's just no way I can get past this, but I promise you will. Because you are on this healing journey and you do want, like you said, I wouldn't want to be with someone who doesn't want me. And so at this point in time, you kind of just have to keep reminding yourself of the harsh truth that right now is all there is, and he doesn't want me right now. And it sucks, I know, but it's going to help you get past this sooner. And then once you do, yes, you will. And once you do, you are going to see so many other things where you're like, wow, I am so glad I didn't settle for that, because now I know that I don't want this and I want this and I want that and I don't want this in a relationship. And the clearer it gets and the stronger you get with your boundaries, the stronger you get with speaking up for yourself, and the stronger you get with your confidence and stuff overall and your self-love overall, the more abundant of like partnerships and friendships, valuable, I should say valuable, and that match your energy that you're going to attract to you. The moment I stopped settling for just a certain amount, like, oh, well, they love me and these times are good and this feels good, but I was ignoring A, B, C, D. The moment I stopped ignoring A, B, C, D and started like really saying, okay, is this really fulfilling me? Is this really giving me what I want? The moment I started doing that, I started seeing so many other things where I was like, oh my God, I'm so glad I didn't settle for that, because I would have never found this, what I'm doing on here right now, this passion. Like if I would have stayed distracted, because that's what it was. I was heavily distracted by that man. Now, it's not his fault. We can't blame anyone but ourselves. What the fuck was that? Did you hear that bang? Anyway, I was so distracted that I missed out on so many lessons and so, what the so many, sorry, I keep hearing weird ass noises. It could be a raccoon. I kept missing all of these things that have honestly transformed my life. Like, since I left that past relationship that I was just in, my life has done a complete 180 in less than 3 months. And now I did a lot of work, a lot of internal work. And it wasn't easy, but I promise it gets easier to start sticking up for yourself and what you know is right for you and what you know isn't. Jordan says he knows what he has to do with us, but he doesn't know it's what he wants. So he's taking the time to figure out what he wants. Yeah. I mean, if he's at the point where I feel that I had an abusive relationship 7 years ago. And then I dated someone who was kind of a narcissist. And then I met that guy. And then after him, I had many other tests. And I don't think the universe is the one that tests us. I fully believe it's our higher self. That's like, I'm going to put these people in your path because I want you to get here. I want you to get to your divine counterpart. Like, your guides and source energy and your higher self want you to find your divine counterpart just as much as you do. And all of these things that feel like curses or feel like, why is this happening to me? The moment you shift the perspective and you start saying, I'm sure you've heard this before, but it's a very powerful statement. The moment you shift the perspective and stop saying, why is this happening to me? And you start saying, what is this trying to teach me? Everything changes. Everything changes. Because there is a lesson in everything. And now there are parts, this is where you can shift your perspective in what just happened with Jordan. So you know for sure that you don't want an abuser. You know that, of course. And I'm sure there's a lot of red flags you know to look out for because of the abuser. Now, with Jordan, you have seen a lot of things and traits in a partner that you do want. So you can keep track of that. I loved that he did this. I loved that he did this. And I loved that he did this. And eventually, the more you pour this love back into yourself, the more, and also give yourself the grace of the fact that you're not over it, even if you're not over it in a month, because this was, you know, your first healthy relationship after a painful one, because it sounds like this relationship didn't end in a really intense way. Oh, I hear a coyote. I should probably go inside. That's what that sound was. Yeah, see, that's the thing. And this is what makes it almost harder to get over someone, where when you end things on a good note and you both love each other, it would be easier. But this is where, see, the younger me, I probably would have done something so that I would have hated that person. Like, I probably would have started some sort of fight with him so that I could hate him, because it would have been easier. I've done that before. I've had relationships end that were pretty, like, mutual. We both knew that they weren't the right fit, but I literally caused a fight on purpose because I wanted to hate them so badly, because it was easier then that's why they say too, the healthy relationship after the abusive one is the hardest for many reasons. And in this case, for you, it's going to be the breakup part that's the hardest, because in your head, you're like, it could have been so good if he was just like ready to commit. But the thing is like, he's not ready to commit. That's the reality of the situation. And that's nothing that you can change for him. And that's the hardest part too, is because people that have the energy that we have, and that love in the way that we love, we're like, I have so much love to give. Here, I'll give you some of it. But it just doesn't work. If someone isn't there, they're not there. And it sucks and it hurts. But that's the reality of the situation. And coming to that realization fully is like a blow. But once you, and I know, see, there's no coincidences. It was just like the person I gave a reading for earlier, what she's going through right now is very similar to what I went through years ago. But I know that's why you came on here and asked me, because most readers would have been like, nope, moving on. But this is honestly something that can be a really big turning point for you now. Like, now you, Katie, get to love you, Katie, so unconditionally that no matter what happens in the future, like, you'll know you have the love from yourself, so you're going to be okay. And I know that sounds so cliche and so silly, and like, how can that be enough? It can be enough because you are enough. Like, you will get to that point, I promise. But it's just going to take some practice. It's going to take some time, and it's going to take being patient for yourself with the fact that, like, you kind of just got to let him go because you love him. Because, yes, you will be okay. And I'm glad that you feel that. I'm glad you feel that. Like, I guess the perspective shift that you can do that'll help you going through this right now is you can remind yourself when it's hard that you love yourself so much that you want to be with someone who is so sure about wanting to be with you, and really just reflect, journal, and write out all of the things that you liked about the relationship, that you liked about him as a partner, and then start writing the things you like about you and how you show up in relationships, and then start writing about how you want to show up in the relationship for yourself. And if it's him, then he will come back. Yes, don't wait. Know that, like, I'll write that down. I'm taking, oh, good. And I'm posting this. It's going to be live. I won't tag you in it or anything. Don't worry. And people can't see the messages back later, I don't think. But yeah, I'm going to send you a couple things that I think will help. So I don't know if I asked you, if you follow me on Instagram, I can send you messages on there, and I'll send you some resources that will help. But like, I guess the way that you can help yourself the most right now is just, if it's too hard to be like, I love myself enough to let go, like, I feel like you're already kind of there. Like, you do know, like, you do want someone who is 100% confident that they want to be with you and spend their life with you. Yes, I do like the moon. 1 second, I'm talking to someone I did a reading for. But yes, I love the moon. It wasn't that painful. I've had more painful tattoos. I got my toes tattooed. That hurt more than anything. But yeah, just knowing, so Katie, just knowing that like if at times you have to do it, stay strong. Like for him, just remind yourself, like, I love him so much that I'm going to let him go. And then also start turning that towards yourself and saying, I love myself so much that I am letting him go, because I want someone who is positive and is sure about me. But also remind yourself that just because he's not 100% about you, it has nothing to do with you. You didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing you could have done differently to where he would have loved you and stayed with you in the way that you wanted him to. There was nothing you could have done differently. And it goes up here. So yeah, up on my collarbone. You did all you could. And now you get to really, discover who you are outside of relationships and discover what it is that you want. It's good that you've already started the self-love journey, like after the abusive relationship you were in. But now you can really focus on because, when we leave abusive relationships, it's more so about like keeping ourselves alive. Like it sucks a lot out of you, and getting to a self-love point where you just love yourself enough to not be abused. But now you're at the part in your healing journey where you have to love yourself enough to say no to someone who isn't like all in. You know what I mean? Because you don't want someone who's flaky. You don't want someone who's unsure. You want someone who is as sure as you and is all in just as much as you are. And you will find that. And you are on the right path for that 1000%. Like the fact that, do you know how many people come onto my lives and they ask me like love reading questions? And I tell them, yes, I will do it, but just know I'm going to give you some advice. And I start giving them the advice and they log out because they don't want to hear it. They just want to hear. So then they go find a reader who tells them what they want to hear, because a lot of readers will do that. My Insta is the same. Oh, because I changed my name. Here, I'll just fix that. I changed my name from, I'm going to fix that on my link tree. I changed my name on Instagram from Luna Del Bosque to Luna Del Bosque _ healing. Thank you for letting me know that, because I've sent multiple people to my Instagram today and they were probably like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's why. Okay. But yeah, you are honestly like 10 steps ahead most people when it comes to there, I just added it to my link tree, where they are when they leave relationships that they're having a hard time letting go of. Because one, you have been through a very obvious, I don't want that relationship. Now you were presented with one where this person had a lot of the qualities of what you want, but it wasn't 100%. And you don't deserve anything less than that. And I know that you know that. And I know that's what's going to keep you going through this. I don't do palmistry. I do, there's so much that I do. I would do naturopathic wellness. I went to college for that. And then I've been doing tarot readings and pendulum readings. for about 5-6 years. And then I got into Oracle later than everyone else because I just love tarot so much. But I haven't really gotten into palmistry. But yeah, I would even say you're further than the second stage of healing because there's so many. I think you're further ahead than you even realize. Okay, you sent me a message there. Cool. Because I'm going to send you some resources. There's this documentary I think that's really, I send it to like a lot of my clients that I work with, and I think it'll help you a lot. And I'm going to send you some other things that'll help you too. But yeah, because you were very open to hearing what I had to say too, that shows me that like already, like I don't know. Most of the time when I get people who ask love reading questions, I usually say, nope, sorry. But I had a feeling that you were going to be more receptive because a lot of people aren't. They will just, like I said, go to the next reader who says, oh, yes, because they want your money. So they're going to tell you what you want to hear. That is not me. If anyone watching this back later or watching this as well is coming because you want a reading that you want to hear, I am not going to just tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what you need to hear. We are strong as fuck. And thank you. Thank you for being open and thank you for sharing as well. And just know that I'm proud of you. And I promise, like within a month and a half, you're going to just really start to see a lot of the other reasons why this happened. And you're going to have, I just looked at the word inner clarity. You're going to have a lot of inner clarity. I was born under a crescent, new moon in Virgo. Oh, nice. I am a Cancer with a Virgo rising. I feel like there is no way of knowing. Yes. There's no, because here's the thing. There are so many different timelines that can happen. Let's say we didn't have this conversation and you went to someone else who just told you what you wanted to hear. You would have stayed under his thumb to the point where this is now an opportunity for you to get to know yourself more and to heal more in a healthier way, to love yourself wholeheartedly. And I mean, there's just so many things that you don't even know yet that this is going to bring. So like fully letting go without the thought of him even coming back is good because yes, that is a possibility. Who knows? Maybe like 5 years from now, he has done the healing work and so have you and things align. But at the same time, there's no point in thinking about that because then by default, you are blocking the healing that needs to happen. And by default, you aren't actually letting go of the relationship. A lot of people I've done reading for too that are about relationships. They're like, okay, I'll let him go. And then do you see in a timeline, like, do you think in like 2 years he'll come back? I'm like, this is why I don't do love readings because you missed the point. But I can tell you didn't miss the point, and that's good. And I commend you for that because it's not easy. Do you think you're better represented by your skin sign? As I've gotten older, I have a lot more Virgo energy. All right, good night, Katie. I will send you the messages when I log off here with the resources to help you. Sorry, my coffee pot is really loud. But yeah, I will send you the messages and I'm sending you so much love and you got this. And I will talk to you soon, okay? So my sun sign, I was a lot more in my sun sign when I was younger than I am now. Now I feel more like a Virgo in many ways. I'm very, I don't know how to explain it, but people, when they meet me too, they guess everything except Cancer. People used to always guess Cancer when they met me. Now it's the opposite. So I think it depends on where you are in your journey. I also relate more to my draconic chart now, which they say your draconic chart is your higher self's chart. And that starts at the lunar node instead of the sun. So my draconic chart is actually, well, my natal chart is Cancer Sun, Pisces Moon, Virgo Rising. But my draconic chart is Leo Sun, Aries Moon, Libra Rising. They're very different to most people, but actually Aries and Cancer are a lot more similar than people think. It's just Aries expresses their emotions in a very different way than Cancers do. Sidereal or tropical? What the draconic chart is completely different than all of that. Draconic chart is like your natal chart. But it starts at, I mean, no, it's entirely different than your natal chart. It starts at it starts with the moon instead of the sun. But my natal chart that I go off of is like the westernized version of it. If I were to go off like what with the Gregorian calendar, technically I would be a Gemini. Because the Gregorian calendar has, with the Gregorian calendar, there's 13 signs and there's 13 because there's 13 months. So yeah. It's something like that. No, well, because I read draconic charts. Because the way I do it, the position of the north node is subtracted from the location of each planet and house cusp. Draconic sun, 159, 39, 47 to 118, 10, 30 equals 41, 29, 17, which is 11, 29 Taurus. The same procedure is used for the rest of the planets and house cusps. Yeah, the position of the north node is subtracted from the location of each planet and house cusp. So some people, I've done people's draconic charts where it is almost exactly the same, except like one is off. Like one placement is different, and that's it. Mine is the complete opposite. Complete opposite. Like there's not one placement that is the same. Anyway, I'm going to hop off. If you guys want to go to my Instagram, it's the same name as my name on here, or the links in my bio. And then my website's in my bio and my link tree as well. It's also in the description here of the video. My website is where you can book private naturopathic wellness sessions, lifestyle wellness sessions, like coaching sessions. and then spiritual guidance sessions and my private tarot readings. Pretty soon I'm going to add pendulum readings onto there. It's something I've just been like doing on here, and I'm going to add oracle readings on there too. And then I have my blog on there, and there's a few like other things you can buy. It's different from my Etsy, which is my online shop. My website. My website is the second link in my link tree, or it's just lunadelbosquehealing.com. Oh, you're still on here, Alexandra. Well, good night to you. Good night, Alexandra. Good night, Morningstar. Good night, everyone. And thank you, everyone, for hanging out on my live. I will, whenever I go live, I usually post in the morning that I'm going to be going live that day on here, and it'll say what time. But I always post on my Instagram before I go live over here. And I let you guys know at least a couple days before. Okay? All right. Love you guys. Bye. Thank you again, all of you, for being here. Bye.